Okay, I am live at the intersection of 1st and Hill Streets in downtown Los Angeles. There is a police line advancing. There's a police line advancing upon us. You can see large police presence mounting around the intersection of 1st and Hill. Officers marching west on 1st toward Hill. Meanwhile, we've got other officers already at the intersection of 1st and Hill. And lots of protesters gathered in the streets. Some of the officers have, I believe, rubber bullet guns. I was being told on the way over here that rubber bullets were already fired. I've not confirmed that. I don't know if that's true. Here's the police line.
Y'all take it to City Hall. Take it to City Hall. Take it to City Hall. Right now.
Oh, I recognize her from Chop LA. Excuse me, Black Unity LA. Again, 1st and Hill Street here in down. Someone's saying facts, rubber bullets used. I don't know. I'm just arriving here. But we're at the intersection of 1st and Hill Street in downtown Los Angeles, about 2 blocks away from City Hall, which is right here, or at least the top of it is right here. A lady who is one of the leaders of the downtown protest movement here, whom I previously interviewed, is telling everyone to back off.
And somebody who really stands on what I'm talking about.
That's right.
They could have been shot me, but I'm protecting y'all.
Okay, that lady is one of the leaders of the Black Unity movement here in downtown LA. You can find her in other videos on the channel. She's directing people to get away from here and I believe go to City Hall. Meanwhile, we have quite the police line established at the east side of the 1st and Hill intersection. Most protesters leaving, although some, they're weak, you're saying?
They're weak. Why the fuck are we protesting if we're scared of the police? Why are we running from the police?
Exactly. Why are we running from the police? I ain't ran from no
We have a right to protest. Why the fuck is you
Who the fuck that nigga think he is?
It's not running. We're repositioning.
So there's a little disagreement right now among whether or not to stay here or to head back to the City Hall area.
Black cop, black cop.
People can't take your gas. You gonna die, huh? Let's go.
I should.
Let's go.
Let me do all the talking if the police give us any trouble. I've spoken with their media relations person. Okay, so there's on the east side of the intersection, there's this line of officers, I believe with rubber bullet guns. And then over on the south side of the intersection, you've got officers as well as police vehicles blocking it off. And reinforcements in back of us. We're about a block and a half away from LAPD headquarters. And now there's multiple fire trucks arriving as well as more police vehicles. Most of the protesters just left the area, but some remain. Meanwhile, you have fire trucks advancing, going west on 1st Street, or at least they're stopping now, they were, and they're right in back of the police line now, with lots and lots of, so not so much the police station, but LAPD headquarters is located on 1st Street, and it is 2 blocks away from here, as is City Hall. I don't know what happened in the moments leading up to this. I just arrived here about 10 minutes ago, and there were helicopters circling overhead as well as hovering, and a large police presence, and someone was telling me police were firing rubber bullets, but I've not confirmed that. Now some action on the police line as police vehicles have now lined up in back of the officers on the east side of the First and Hill intersection. Good evening, Andy. And good evening, Magic Monkey. I saw you tuned in as well, and I got your email. I only planned on being in Portland for 3 nights. Who knows, maybe I'll go back to Portland. Can't tell you now. But at the moment, we have action in downtown Los Angeles. And a bewildered look on this bicyclist's face. Like, did you come here knowing that there'd be everything blocked off?
I came here from a bike ride from Santa Monica on my way home, and just police just converging here. I'm like, what's going on? And then I see people getting their shit beat out of them.
Oh, you saw people getting the shit beaten out of them. Could you? I wasn't there. Could you let me know what happened?
I don't know outside of me just showing up and everything's chaos.
But you did see police officers beating on people?
Shooting shit on the left and
Shooting rubber bullets, maybe, or what?
certainly outside of it. I just popped in.
All right, thank you. Most protesters have left this intersection, and it's now somewhat opening up to traffic, even though 2 sides of the intersection remain blocked off. But some protesters remain, and some are saying to hold ground and not retreat. Well, one of the leaders was saying otherwise, and to retreat to, I believe, City Hall. There, the man in green with that loudspeaker is walking off with a lady I've interviewed previously who's a leader of the Black Unity movement here in downtown LA. She's been encouraging people to go, whereas a handful of protesters who remain have been encouraging people to stay, but most people have left. Nonetheless, we have this police line, and you can see in back of this line on 1st Street, there's a whole lot of law enforcement action, especially a block away around 1st and Broadway. Lots of police vehicles, you've got fire vehicles as well, and officers roaming around the street around 1st and Broadway, 1 block away from here, which is in the back of your shot. I didn't see, what were you saying about Chief Best, who's the Seattle police chief? Meanwhile, we have basically one man doing a little jiggy, I guess, in the middle of the street in front of the police line. Now saying, "I'll whoop your ass" to the police officers. And got an elbow bump after saying that. Sirens continuing, helicopters continuing to fly overhead. I don't know if tear gas has been used, and
But they did break all their own property.
Could you tell me what happened? I just got here 10 minutes ago.
People started, we were protesting peacefully on the courthouse, and all the cops started shooting. They tried to shoot through the doors, and they broke a bunch of glass. They tried to shoot at us down here.
They tried to shoot through what doors? Which doors?
Tried to shoot us through the doors in the back. All the shattered glass you see was their bullets.
This building right here?
Yeah. We were up on the porch there.
Okay, can you point to the shattered glass?
Well, it's hard to see, but it's on the other sides there, and then there's some behind this tree. But everything that's broken, they broke.
So around that door to the building is where the shooting was
Well,
taken?
some of the doors in the building were broken. And it was all the bullets. So like, everywhere we go, they mess their own shit.
They got scared running down that goddamn way. That's all, bro.
Let's see if we can get a glimpse of any shattered glass around here. Annabelle, if you zoom in, do you see anything?
I don't see anything. I come from where?
You're saying that there's shattered glass around those doors, or in the street here. I don't see any shattered glass at the moment. Maybe it's been picked up. Maybe I'm not looking in the right places. Now it looks like there's a supervising officer walking through the police line, giving directions, and we have movement in the police line here at First and Hill.
I was like, you've got a gun, you've got a law. I was like, I'm not here with a skateboard as we shoot.
Maybe this police line is about to break up. You've got officers driving and walking around the south side of the intersection. And this supervising officer continuing to motion to other officers. Maybe the police line that I'm pointing at right now was just getting some reinforcements, or maybe it's about to go away. Lots of vehicle action over on the south side of the intersection. Meanwhile, all right, there. Now we've got officers walking right back on the sidewalk in front of us. They'd left the sidewalk and now they're walking right back onto the sidewalk. Although this police line on the east side of the intersection has thinned out a little bit. Apparently I came unprepared today. Maybe I should have a helmet. Maybe I should have my gas mask on me. I don't know what, but now a couple new protesters arrive.
Fucking oppressors! Fuck you! Fucking pawn!
Let's briefly. Oh, there's a fire truck coming through. Let's walk in front of the police line and listen in on this man in the purple shirt and hat.
This line move. But you touched me. So my question is, if you assault me while I'm defending you, what do y'all do? Where's my supervisor at? Here's a line as a witness. This is the second line that I've moved away from your department. I recorded the first one where your sergeant said, I'm gonna need your help. I've uploaded it, but not published it. And standing in the middle of y'all's pattern, you had all your cars coming at me, so I stand in the middle of the road, so I don't get hurt. My young friend in the front almost got hit. That's the last time. What are you doing? Are you observing or not? Who are you touching? You see the flag? I mean, damn. Anyone got a U.S. flag on? Anyone on the detail? Anyone in the United States Department? Where you at? Why are you touching the federal post? Make sure to train.
Okay, let's back up a second. I'm hearing over the radio. I don't... Officer, are you a supervising officer? Are you a supervising officer? Is there a... You're a supervising... my name's Josh Friedman. I'm with Calcoast News. Can you tell me if there's been glass broken at a federal building? That's what I'm hearing over the radio.
I believe so. I'm here right now. I had an observing being recorded. You can see the vandalism that occurred right there.
May I stand right here and film it? Could I stand right here? So as far as you understand, there's been glass broken here. Do you know if demonstrators broke the glass or potentially shots?
It was probably the demonstrators.
And were there rubber bullets fired at? Okay, and your rank, please? Sergeant Lobo. Okay, thank you very much, Sergeant Lobo. I don't know how well you guys could hear, but Sergeant Lobo is saying that what is this the federal courthouse? Anyway, he's saying that this building is a federal building and that there's glass broken here. I'm trying to zoom in on it right now. Looks like... Yes, Sergeant Lobo, L-O-B-O.
Hey, can I just like walk up and go back down here?
So Sergeant Lobo is saying, as some police vehicles drive off, Sergeant Lobo is saying he believes demonstrators broke glass here at what he's saying is the federal building. Oh yeah, I think it is. And he's also saying that he does not believe that any rubber bullets were fired, but he wasn't positive of that. Meanwhile, we have protesters saying that rubber bullets were fired and one suggesting that rubber bullets might have broken the glass.
Stop fucking with the police so they don't be fucking with me. Stop bothering these people. Stop protesting incorrectly. Sit the fuck down when you protest. Have respect for your fucking elders and stop making it hard out here for me. You spread that through this whole line because I can't walk home, and I stopped everything I was doing today to get out to make sure y'all were safe and they were safe. If you're not protecting the police, you ain't protecting your mama. If you ain't protecting your family and everything in the street, you ain't doing shit. And I didn't see any black people out here doing it. Just so you know.
Sir, could you tell me what you saw earlier that you're...
Stop fucking with my community, stop fucking with my police, and stop fucking with our people. We need to work together. Work together. Feed the bums in the street. Start there. You understand? Start helping the community. Get the drugs off the street. Start there. Start speaking by writing. Read more. Read more. Write more. Discuss more and make a proper plan. Because this ain't the plan. This ain't how it works. At all. It's not how it works. Y'all just respecting these police because they're going to go out there regardless of what you do. Like them, love them, or hate them. If you want rules to change, then get a pen and paper and turn it in. If you're going to protest, then do it right. If you don't know how, look up Martin Luther King's last speech. If you don't know how to protest peacefully, then don't protest because I still got to go home at night. And if y'all scare them, they're going to hurt me. That's all I got to say.
Can you explain what scared them and what they did to you?
What scares them is the motherfucker walking up the street with a machete.
Did that happen?
A peaceful protest. What do you mean? You're filming it. Do you know what's going on around you?
Sir, I arrived 20 minutes ago.
Right. Look at that. A federal building. To protect your right, get filmed. They film on top of a federal building. You have to observe outside the box to know what's going on. California is narcissistic and delusional. Y'all need to start respecting your community. Period. Somebody's mama and daddy's on this line. Somebody's mama and daddy's on that line. People going overseas to fight for y'all. Y'all in la land. This is not the East Coast where racism. They're hanging niggas. Hanging us. They just hung someone out here. So don't come out protesting violently out here at all. Don't come out screaming at people and telling them they're not shit because they're standing in a uniform. Don't come out here hurting your community because when you get robbed and someone breaks your house, someone steals your car, you pick up 911. And until you figure out a plan not to do that, don't get rid of our help.
Did you see what happened to the federal building?
I see nothing. I write everything. What I'm saying is I'm giving advice to your community. You're going to take a real step now. For the second time since the 60s, we're in this situation. If you're going to take the step, do it right. Because you're talking about Black Lives Matter, but you know nothing about how we protested to get here. You go and look at your film and see how many people are in slacks or dressed like gentlemen. You tell me that because we did that so that we could get our rights just to walk up the street. We didn't wear jeans. We got hung in slacks. So, as I said, know what you're talking about first. Join this community properly. That's your community. I don't see no color. I see badges, fool. So if you ain't gonna protect me, bye. Get out of my city. Get out. If you're gonna come out here and riot and I can't go up the street, get out of my city. Because I can't walk up the street right now. You got everybody scared. Everyone. Y'all need to go home and rethink your plan. And y'all need to do it right. Look up Martin Luther King's dream speech if you want to know what the protest and how. He tells you all the directions on a peaceful protest. Don't leave our community alone. Leave our community alone. Don't harass them. Don't bother them. Don't cuss at them. They're doing their job. They get a check. Have y'all been to work? They're at work. Y'all ain't at work. They're at work. Think about it. You can't change your community because you don't know it. They don't know y'all, and you don't know them. And y'all need to get to know each other. It's disgusting to me. And I didn't see a lot of black lives. I saw black lives standing between the both of y'all. There's not no Black Lives Matter going on out here. This is just people that want to talk. If you want to talk, set it up. Sit down and talk. But don't come and destroy this city again. And if I catch you destroying the city, I'm going to kick your ass and turn you in.
Where can we find your writings, sir?
You can find me in the U.S. court building. You can find me in the U.S. bank building. You can find me in the city anytime there's problems standing between y'all and them.
Okay.
Find yourself. Stop looking for everybody else. Find who you are. Stop acting like y'all are all movie stars and shit. Get a job. Make a plan. Make an idea. Rebuild our city. We're hungry. We need more. More businesses. More thought capacity. More books. More planning. Don't do that. And then protest. But don't come out here protesting if you haven't written. And just so you know, I write to the court. Just so you know. On this law work. Just so you know. So if you're going to do law work, do it. And if you want to see how to prosecute, you see that name on there? Los Angeles County Sheriff Department. Broke into my house. No judge gave him an order. You don't have nothing to fight about. I just left there to go lock him up. How about that, though? Learn how to protest and fight. Don't come and tear the city up. And I'm standing between all of it. I give a flying flip about the state over here. I give a flying flip about the state over there. But anyone who knows what hood means, I care about. And we're going to protect this country and this city no matter who you are. Y'all say Black Lives Matter. Y'all look in your film and see how many Black lives is there. If Black Lives Matter to y'all, then y'all start congregating and talking to these people properly like I'm talking to y'all. Because that's what's going to change. Let them talk back. Why would they talk back if you talking about their mama? Why you trying to antagonize a man with a gun? You ain't built like that. Why y'all harassing these people? It bothers me. So know that. So if you're gonna fix it, fix it. And if you're not, get out my street. Gangs came from this. Gangs came from this. When they didn't feel like the government was helping. That's what Crips and Bloods are. So you got gangs quiet right now. What are y'all trying to do? What are y'all trying to do? Leave us alone. We got this. We fought for this. We earned this. If you're not with the group of us, speak for yourself. Don't speak for us. If you want to change the community, do it as someone from California. Has nothing to do with black life. Has to do with life. Don't you focus on life first. Life matters. All life matters. And in 2024, I will be running for president. And my paperwork is in right now.
What's your name, sir?
Doesn't matter because that's the whole point. My name will never matter, my actions will. You get it? In 2024, my name will be on the ballot. And what I'm telling you is, I'm the young man who wrote the inauguration ball for President Obama. You don't know what it's like to walk up the street for doing something successful and be hated by the Ku Klux Klan. I'm here from the East Coast prosecuting the Ku Klux Klan, and y'all are doing this. Know nothing about it. They hang us. Take care of our community. Figure out a new sentence. Figure out a new speech. Figure out something progressive. Make a better plan. Stop bothering these men and women. They're all coaches on this line. Stop bothering these people. Work with them. We run with the flag. We run with it. And I'm always on Seal Beach. We run with it. If I see anybody fucking with my police out here, I'll fuck them up. If I see them fucking with you, I'll fight with my life. Now what's the problem? That's both sides, and I prosecute. And I'm a diplomat. And I'm letting you know now, I'm not taking it from y'all or them. Stop saying Black Lives Matter is your campaign. Go to the city hall and make up your own term. Make up your own word and do it right. Start teaching people how to do right. Y'all know how to do right out here. Do right. Do right. I need them for other things. I don't need them out here. I need them for other things. You're ruining our city. Y'all are too. You're ruining it. You don't fight somebody. You like to fire with them and move forward. Y'all are falling backwards. Fucking fall forward. Fall forward. Make a new campaign and come out here and protest that. Stay on the sidewalk. Let them do what they do. Listen for a living. Enjoy them for a living. Act like there's somebody for a living. I would kick your ass if you came at me with a mistake too. I would shoot you if you painted up my building too. So act like that. Have some manners and respect. Because they're defending their life, and believe it or not, y'all are attacking them. So I came out here to protect all of us, but I watched y'all attack them today.
Someone came out with a machete to approach police officers.
You should know how to journalize. Find it.
Well, I'm asking you because you seem to know. I'm asking everyone.
This line's the victim.
All right. Well, this line is This line's supervising officer is Sergeant Lobo.
But they're at work, so touch your community. Get someone's business card. Talk to them off work. You want a real story to be somebody in California? Once you get one of the cards, you take their story. Once you say what they see. Once you take someone off the front line. Once you put them in front street. Once you understand what the problem is. Why they got a gun. Once you understand it. Because everyone out here is bad. Everyone out here is bad. You understand? Stop tearing up our city.
Okay, let's. Can you give me the intersection? Where exactly at the Fed building?
Take it back. Take it professionally.
Which intersection?
Make it make money. Make it work. Make them work for you.
Who's messaging me about Sam and Andy? Exactly which intersection? There are lots of roadblocks in the area right now and police lines. Which intersection are you saying it's getting crazy, or is it happening now or earlier? Happening now? Where exactly? Annabelle, we see. Go to the other side of the building. All right, can I get to the other? Yeah, I can't. So, if this is the building we're talking about, I've got a police line here that I can't cross. I've got a police line here I can't cross. And then the police have control of the intersection. Anyway, let's get one more look. I'll try to walk around, but let's get one more look from right here.
Take care of your city.
police officer?
I'm gonna try to move around.
Who's gonna kill me? What I'm saying is, if it's that man right there,
Okay, now we have officers running in front of the building. Someone leans down to pick up something. I have a press pass. I don't have an official LAPD press pass. I'm not allowed behind the police line.
You know what? I always put my first group south. I put my first group at Temple and Los Angeles.
Can you tell if those windows are smashed? It's hard for me to tell. Okay, let's try to walk around in the direction of City Hall.
what's up, man?
Who are you? I'm sorry.
I'm on the one on when you do your live streams. I'm Eric Ghost. I'm the one that always says you're one of my favorite streamers because you're like so naturally funny.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
You want to pop on, walk with me?
Yeah.
I'm trying to. All right, so we're gonna walk away from Temple in Los Angeles. Okay, and Los Angeles Street. Los Angeles Street is 3 blocks or 4 blocks down that way. That's a totally different building. Oh. All right, let's walk around. Nonetheless, let's walk around. So something apparently happened at what I think is the federal building here. Watch out behind you. Here at Hill and First, or excuse me, on First between Hill and Broadway. Oh, people coming out right now. Oh, whoa. Oh, there are officers. Maybe I shouldn't leave. There are officers coming out of the building, leaning down and picking up things. Someone walking in with, I think, an American flag. Definitely people coming out of the building, leaning down and picking up stuff. What is going on over at Temple in Los Angeles? Someone was texting or now I'm hearing Temple in Los Angeles over the police radio, but I don't know what's going on there. Anyone know what's going on at Temple in Los Angeles? Los Angeles Street, that is. Officers gathered around the front. Can you use your phone for internet? All right, they keep saying Temple in Los Angeles over the police radio. Come on, we gotta focus on this. I'll chat with you, but we gotta focus on this. First, look up Federal Building, First Street, Los Angeles. I keep hearing First and Temple over the radio. Does someone know what's going on at First and Temple? As in, oh, they're going on the freeway? No, or I'm Temple and shit, mixing stuff up. All right, no, First and Temple run parallel to each other. First in Los Angeles, I was hearing. Not Google Maps, just type it in the Google. Now, First and Temple are are parallel to one another, and City Hall is between the two of them. Again, there are officers right around the doorway or just inside the doorway. Here on 1st Street. Lots of talk about broken glass right around the doorway where the officers are. First in LA riot in progress. Let's just, first in LA, that is an intersection. Let's just go over that way. Can't tell what exactly is happening here, but let's head over. Let's walk around here and try to get over to Los Angeles Street area.
This one here.
No, first. Okay, it's just the federal building, whatever. I don't know what exactly happened at the federal building. We've got conflicting accounts. We have that was Sergeant Lobo, right? Can you write down Lobo? Sergeant Lobo, I think he was a sergeant, saying that he believed. Now someone's saying first in LA, shots fired. Sergeant Lobo was saying first and that glass was broken around the entrance to the federal building. A bunch of people are writing shots fired in the chat. Sergeant Lobo was saying glass was broken around the entrance to the federal building, and he was saying he believed the demonstrators did it, but wasn't positive. And one protester was saying that officers fired rubber bullets and that shattered glass. Looping around now to now we're on Broadway. Here's another look at the federal building. From this end, don't see much in the way of activity other than the large police presence. So First and Broadway, another look, and I don't see much activity other than the large police presence. Now let's try to make our way. Wow, so many helicopters and a jet flying low overhead. That's weird. Jet doing there. Flying right by City Hall. Lots of helicopters overhead. Let's try to make our way in the direction of City Hall and then Los Angeles Street. Lots of sirens as well. Earlier I did see multiple fire trucks. Hey man, hey. I did see multiple fire trucks and what I think was an ambulance. Not positive about the ambulance. In front of the federal building over here on 1st Street. Now we're walking by the Black Unity encampment in front of City Hall. making our way in the direction of Temple and Los Angeles. I don't know what, if anything, is happening there. I've got an interview up on my channel released earlier today explaining this encampment. Protesters walking on Spring Street in front of City Hall. Large protest crowd, it looks like. I don't know if they're marching away from action over at First and Los Angeles or what. But protesters approaching City Hall. Lots of protesters here moving in front of City Hall. Smells like a barbecue is going. Protesters chanting "Fuck Donald Trump." And this is starting to look a little more like Portland. Oh, and whoa, we've got police ahead on the back of a truck. Black bloc protesters approaching City Hall. I saw lots of officers packed into the back of a truck, and it looks like a lot of people marching away from Temple Street and possibly Los Angeles. Oh, officers coming. We're not gonna make it to Los Angeles Street because there's a police line trailing these protesters. Oh, I came unprepared. Should have the helmet and gas mask right now. Wasn't expecting this. So we've run right into a police line. Some familiar faces here. The police line is now holding at Spring and Temple on the east side of the intersection. A lot of protesters now gathered in front of City Hall. Right now, officers allowing vehicles to go through this police line. I don't know if that will keep up or what. All right, so people have said a couple times now shooting at the federal building. There indeed was. Is that the federal building on First Street between Hill and Broadway? Is that where a shooting happened? Officers marching directly in our direction, right in our direction, now moving their police line to the south side of the intersection. Now Sean Stone is saying federal building, man with machete shot. Any chance we could look that up? We were just over there at the federal building. Is where we were, where this reported shooting took place. Poco saying yes. Oh, federal courthouse. If I can find a supervising officer, I will ask. Can you give me the intersection or the address of where this reported shooting took place? Oh, federal courthouse, you're saying. I think it's right over here, isn't it? Oh no, that's the local courthouse. Police vehicles approaching. Oh, okay, so you're saying the shooting was where we were. It looks like this area is clearing out now. Police line remains on Spring Street at Temple. Half a block away from City Hall. Someone's saying machete man injured, or a couple people shot at the federal courthouse. There was the man who I interviewed for a while, the black man with the American flags, who was saying that there was someone with a machete around that area, but he didn't give me any details. There's still a crowd in front of City Hall, but not that big of a crowd. Here's City Hall. And here's the crowd right in front of Black Unity. Here's Black Unity LA. And now we're walking back in the direction of presumably where the action was. See anything on Google News? Google News, not Twitter. Lots of sirens in the area, helicopters overhead. 1, 2, 3. I think there's another somewhere. You're welcome, Perth Observer. Trying to get a better look at whatever action may remain. Now there's a crowd gathered on Broadway, a block away from City Hall. Some fire trucks driving by. There's City Hall. There's what I think is the federal courthouse. Police officers driving right in front of LAPD headquarters, turning on Spring Street and stopping just shy of City Hall. Did you see what happened over here earlier?
No, but I'd like for you to take a picture of me.
Sure. I mean, I can't really take a photo. Just I've got a live stream going, and we can take a screenshot. All right. Did you see what happened here earlier?
No, sir. I just want you to know that apple is beautiful.
All right. Thank you very much.
Apple 2 times. And my name is Kamari Everton Stewart.
All right. God bless you,
And I
Kamari.
got the world on my back.
You can see officers hanging on to the back of police trucks, pulling up in front of what I think is the federal courthouse. Okay, let's switch positions. Hold. Annabelle is gonna hold the phone temporarily.
Hello. It's pretty loud here.
Now we have officers pulling up in front, right, almost directly in front of City Hall, now in front of City Hall. Sirens blaring from the direction of City Hall.
Uh-oh, hello. There's 3 helicopters. Let's see. Let's see. Question.
Questions. Right here at the federal courthouse, was there an incident involving a man with a machete? You don't know? Do you know what happened here at this building? Okay. Is there any officer who could also speak with the press who does know? Okay, thank you very much.
Apparently there was a shooting.
Look, can you point in front of City Hall?
Oh, yeah.
A bunch of police gathering in front of City Hall. I don't know if there was action at multiple federal buildings downtown. There could have been something at the federal courthouse and something at a different federal building. Things seem to be very calm right now in front of what I think is the federal courthouse on 1st Street between Broadway and Hill. Now it does not sound calm over in front of City Hall on Spring Street. Can you keep an eye on the comments? See if the post fixes?
According to Fox LA,
Yeah, but there we go. That's what I'm
three
hearing.
federal buildings were vandalized and multiple officers were attacked.
Okay, that would make sense because I think there's a federal building around LA, Los Angeles Street and Temple. Where's Chrome? Where's Chrome on this thing? It's getting loud. Let's go. Officer, thank you very much. Let's go. Here, I'll hold. Let's see what's happening in front of City Hall. It's getting very loud. Lots of sirens. Lots of sirens coming from around City Hall. Helicopters overhead. Thank you, Perth Observer. What are you looking? Oh. Can you look up Fox LA, Los Angeles Federal Building? Or Federal Buildings? Okay, continue to hear sirens, but maybe they're coming from Temple Street because it seems semi-calm in front of City Hall. I really get the impression that there were incidents at multiple federal buildings, and the one over by Temple and Los Angeles Street might have been a more recent incident. I don't know. That's just somewhat of an impression I get. Meanwhile, sirens blaring in front of City Hall. But these police cars aren't moving anywhere. They're flashing their lights and their sirens are blaring. Here's City Hall. We've got a food truck in the middle of this doing work, and oh, okay, we've got a standoff. We have a standoff between protesters linking arms in front of City Hall and LAPD officers. Should have brought the earplugs from Portland. Now the sirens stop, and LAPD officers come out of their cars, holding looks like rubber bullet guns. Let's be careful here. Try to film from the side. We're right in front of City Hall on Spring Street. Standoff between officers and protesters, with a line of protesters in back over here directly in front of City Hall. Now someone's saying something about the sidewalk. Might have been an officer, I'm not sure. Hands up, don't shoot, chant begins. Thank you, MD. I don't think I can get over to that federal building. You know what's happening at the federal building? Police line moving slightly. Lots of officers in back. Looks like they're starting to move toward the police line. We're literally half a block away from LAPD headquarters. Okay, police line move. Police line advancing. Let me get through. Police line advancing.
There are more people in the back of the cars.
Reinforcements arriving. Watch out. They're gonna come on the sidewalk. Officer. Oh, we've got a little shoving between a protester and a police officer.
I'm just trying to walk through. Don't you.
That man who's just screaming at the officers ran off. Meanwhile, we've... Standoff ensues right outside City Hall. Can you hold the... That's where we were. Okay. Here we go. We have a tweet from LAPD saying around 2:15 p.m. That's hours ago. But what time is it right now?
8:12.
So that's 6 hours ago. We have a tweet saying that shooting involving a federal court security officer in front of the federal courthouse at 1st and Broadway. That's where we were when we started this broadcast, and we're talking about the broken glass, or trying to find the broken glass. Now, the woman who's a leader of Black Unity LA is doing some work to de-escalate. She's encouraging people to back off of the police line and saying if someone's gonna get fucked up, it's gonna be me. So LAPD is saying that there was a shooting involving... Oh yeah, can we check the date on that tweet? That 2:15 p.m. seems really early. Most protesters have backed up a bit. More reinforcements arriving. We're just half a block away from LAPD headquarters. It's right there.
23rd.
No, today's not the... Oh, yeah, you're right. Good call. Wow, so whoever noticed that, good call. I don't want to spread misinformation. This looks like a tweet from last July 23rd. Yeah, that does not look like it's from today. Okay, I don't want to miss... That was a tweet I found in a media report. That looks like it's old. So, it looks like it's old. A story from last year. So, I don't believe we have information suggesting there was a shooting involving a federal security officer over at the courthouse. I don't believe we have that information. Now, reinforcements arriving. And protesters also getting pretty close to the police line. Do you see any of them?
I saw them, yeah.
Would you mind saying what you saw?
Yeah, the people with DHS uniforms are on, yeah, they were at the courthouse.
Do you know if...
Sure. I have footage of them.
Oh, I'd love to see that. But do you know if they were Federal Protective Service or some other unit?
DHS.
I think Federal Protective Service.
And then I think there was another one too, but it was hard to see. It was U.S. Marshals, DHS, and then a third one that were wearing camo, and I couldn't see any badge information.
Where do we find you online or social media?
So I have a film series called Confluence Documentary, another documentary I made called Radicalized, or just find me, Steve Goody. Documentary film.
Is that one of your handles, Steve Goody?
That's my real name, so yeah, that's one of my handles. You find me on Instagram under that, Stephen Goody, or Facebook.
All right.
I have a live stream of what happened right after craziness happened. It's mainly filming with the real camera though.
but yeah, I got a baton shoved in my ribs just for asking what direction should I go. I said, hey, I want to leave. Where do I go? He said, this way.
Was that over here at the federal courthouse? What did you see there?
You know, people were protesting, and then a few people threw water bottles and some rocks. They broke like 3 windows, and then they just opened up fire on everyone.
Was that the front of the building on First Street?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
The north east corner of the building.
Okay.
And on the north side.
So that's over by First and Hill, right?
Right over there. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, no, it was unacceptable. There was no distinguishing between protesters and press. They fucked up everybody.
Do you see someone with a machete?
I was talking about, but I didn't see it.
An officer was telling me, and someone else was telling me that there was a man with a machete, but I don't know.
Yeah, I heard that, but I didn't see it, so.
How can I call the lawyers?
Lawyers Guild?
Yeah.
Look for the people in the green hats.
They're not here, that's what I'm saying.
No, they're here. I've seen them rolling around.
Oh, you have seen them?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're definitely here. They're all
We've got reinforcements on both sides now. More police have arrived both along the front line as well as we've got officers coming
Damn, that is a lot of cops.
coming from the LAPD headquarters area. Lots of them arriving. We've got lots of police vehicles, more officers now arriving on the front line, and more protesters gathering in front of City Hall.
Hey, what's your handle, by the way? Who are you guys with?
My name's Josh Friedman. I'm live on my YouTube channel right now. It's called Josh Friedman.
Very cool. You're not pro-police, right?
I write for Calcoast News, and my Twitter handle's @FreemanReporter. You can check it all
As
out.
long as you're not like some alt-right guy.
I'm a journalist. I report what I see.
I'm glad there's still some of us
I
left.
mean,
I just gotta ask before.
call me whatever you want. I'm a journalist. I'm out here reporting.
Iranian TV people trying to interview me 2 days ago. And that was
There's one local news publication, Calcoast News, that covers stuff here that I work for.
Hey, man, keep up the good work.
What is CNN reporting? CNN reporting multiple shots fired, machete man on loose. Can we try to look that up to confirm it? As it's starting to get dark here, and we've got protesters chanting, defund the police, LAPD go home. And officers standing in a line on Spring Street in front of City Hall.
As long as we are standing our ground, we're going to win this country. All brothers and sisters all around the world fighting for freedom.
Again, there was a tweet, an LAPD tweet I was reading at one point, and that appears to be from July 2019 and not current. Also unclear whether or not there is a man with a machete. Trying to find more information. Movement on the police line. It does, as protesters cheer, but it doesn't look like the officers are going home as protesters describe it. We have lots of police vehicles, although we do have officers moving away from the front line. Maybe they're going to establish a line on the sidewalk along Spring Street. It's starting to look like that. Oh, we've got a female protester in what looked like a little shoving match with an officer. Oh, officer with a baton just shoved this man. This man was just shoved by an officer with a baton right here. Meanwhile, protesters gathering right beside me, up close with officers. Thank you, Perth Observer. More protesters gathering here in front of City Hall, in the middle of and along Spring Street. Helicopter continuing to circle overhead. Officers with batons and I believe rubber bullet guns in a line in the middle of Spring Street. We also have officers on the sidewalk along Spring Street. It looks like they're blocking off this alleyway. There have been a few shoving matches between protesters and police right around here. You know what? I don't know if protesters have been doing any of the shoving, but they look like there were a few shoving matches. Definitely some police shoving happening right around here, but I don't think there have been any arrests right here on Spring Street during this standoff. Now another shoving match breaks out. Officer pointing a gun, I believe a rubber bullet gun, into the crowd. Lots of protesters trying to de-escalate, it looks like. Moving an angry protester away from the front line as officers focus in on the middle of the group, and one is pointing what I think is a rubber bullet gun. Tense standoff with an officer pointing what I think is a rubber bullet gun. Now that officer motions his hand to a protester to back away. Protesters chanting, "Put it down, put it down." Different dynamic at this protest than usual in LA. Even has a little bit more of a Portland feel. You see the umbrellas coming out, some helmets coming out. I believe there was supposed to be a Portland Solidarity protest march taking place right now. I don't know if that ever started. I think it was scheduled for 7 p.m. As darkness sets, we have two helicopters circling above City Hall. One at a faster speed and closer, one at a slower speed and a little more at a distance. Meanwhile, police vehicles with their lights flashing, several dozen of them parked on Spring Street. They've turned off the sirens, although earlier they had the sirens going as the lights are flashing on these vehicles parked here on Spring Street. But yes, we've got umbrellas, we've got white and black helmets. It has a little more of a Portland feel than normal here. I don't know if that's true. I'm looking at comments right now. It sounds like there's a lot more action in LA tonight than expected. should note with regarding sheriff, I have not seen any sheriff's deputies yet, but we are standing right next to an LA County lot. I believe this encampment right here, the Black Unity LA encampment, is located on a county lot, which is directly across the street from the front of City Hall. Here is the front of City Hall. Here are the protesters on Spring Street. Here are the officers on Spring Street. And in back, that building is LAPD headquarters. Nope. I'm gonna show my press badge. Someone's screaming if you don't have, protesters screaming if you don't have a press badge, back up. I came unprepared, but I do have a press badge nonetheless. Not one that gets me behind police lines though. We have protesters seeming to be doing de-escalation work, telling people to back off from the very front of the line. There do continue to be officers blocking off this alley that connects to Spring Street. There were a little shouting over there maybe 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago, but it seems calm over there at the moment. It sounds like sprinklers are coming on. Are sprinklers coming on at the park? Sounds like looks like I see water coming out of sprinklers over on the same lot where the encampment is located.
I don't even know what the plan is here, but they
Sean, who's been tweeting information for much of this broadcast, saying shots fired first and Broadway. Is that current? Is that earlier? First and Broadway is that direction, and that's right where that federal courthouse is, where we started this broadcast. Granted, we started the broadcast at First and Hill, 1 block away from Broadway.
I made it very clear that
If you look into the crowd closely, you can see white and black helmets. Quite a few white helmets where I'm pointing the camera right now. There were also umbrellas being held earlier. Quite a few people, there are some umbrellas. Quite a few people in all black. Much different feel than usual at LA protests. This is not a mirror image of Portland, but it feels more like Portland than normal. Yes, we are live.
Please go and love art. We have to show that we are a peaceful protest. So they look stupid, because they always look stupid. So we have to make sure to continue to look dumb. They don't have a reason to hit us with anything. I don't know about you, but my face is really clean. I don't want anybody to mess it up.
But we're getting lots of comments about reports of people getting shot. I can't confirm any of that, but just type Los Angeles shooting into Google News. Broadway is the street on the other side of this lot. If I see a bunch of comments about stuff going on Broadway, maybe I'll take a look over there. Now, Philip's saying no current shooting news LA today. I don't know. Now we have commenters saying maybe there is no shooting in LA, or one shooting. Thank you, Vanessa. I count 665 people watching. I don't count, but that's what it says. Now 669. Make of that what you wish. This is Los Angeles, just as it says in the video title. We are in downtown Los Angeles, right outside of and underneath Los Angeles City Hall. To my left, protesters. To my right, police. In back of all these police vehicles and officers, LAPD headquarters. Over on 1st Street, between Spring, which is this street, and, oh, what's the street on the other side of City Hall? I'm drawing a blank. But anyway, that's, right over there is LAPD headquarters. Yeah, Galactic, I might, on the past few streams, there have been more trolls than before, but at the same time, I often do get very useful comments, so.
Has anyone seen Sheriff's Department?
I have not so far. We have a protester in a white hat asking if we've seen Sheriff's Department. I said no, I have not seen any sheriff's deputies, only LAPD officers. Can you poke her? Just tell her there could be arrests tonight. Just tell her that's it. Or text her. Hello in Ukraine. Hello, watcher from Ukraine. I know we have Litmus saying LAPD canceled a tweet about Fed shooting. I don't know. I'm not going to rely upon some action over in front of the City Hall entrance or to the side of the City Hall entrance. Some people crawling around over there. Not sure what exactly is happening. But yeah, I'm not going to be able to rely on Twitter, I don't think, for a whole lot of information here, unless LAPD starts putting out tweets and they're quite verifiable. I see an officer with a megaphone. He might be getting ready to declare this an unlawful assembly. I don't know. Maybe. Okay, maybe I am getting a lot of misinformation in the chat. I don't know.
I can't find anything about this video.
In the past, I've gotten a lot of good tips from the chat while walking around downtown LA in these type of situations. Maybe that'll be the case today, maybe not. Thank you, Perth. Right. For now, I'm just gonna hang tight here. I see a lot of people saying mute Sean Stone, he's sharing misinformation. I don't know if that's the case, but I see what you guys are saying about that. We have a protester trying to de-escalate. It looks like we have multiple protesters trying to de-escalate the situation. Now we have, again, kind of like Portland, but no lasers, just we've got a bunch of people pointing phone camera lights, I think those are phone camera lights, in the direction of the police. Darkness has fallen here in Los Angeles. We now have a bunch of lights, I think, coming from phone cameras, or just phones for that matter, that protesters are holding and pointing in the direction of police. We've got a few protesters seeming to de-escalate. We also have someone walking with a middle finger to the cops in front of the police line, as well as this man with a stick. Now I see a gas mask and kind of regretting not having mine on me right now. It's more than several blocks away. We have someone chanting, "This is a peaceful protest." I don't know if you can hear that over this car with the alarm going off. Or maybe it's a man inside honking. I don't know.
We have lawyers out here on our side. We have judges out here on our side. We have officers out here on our side. We have military out here on our side.
Okay, we have more officers arriving. Officers marching north on Spring Street, coming right in my direction. Now headed onto the sidewalk. And they are fortifying the police line on the sidewalk along Spring Street right in front of me. I do believe we have a considerable amount of trolling in the chat. Hey, nomadic viewer, thank you for tuning in. Now we've got a protester saying, let's do it, standing facing police officers in front of me. You can see some protesters have umbrellas, though not so many, but there is somewhat of a shield or barricade being formed by umbrellas along the front line of the protesters. Maybe not even the front line. Nothing compared to what you see in Portland, though. Did you miss anything, nomadic viewer? Maybe you could fill me in on what exactly is going on. It's kind of hard to figure out. Been trying to figure that out for an hour and a half now. On a side note, no, I've not heard from Rage Brew at all. I tried to reach out to him before I went to Portland. I haven't heard from him. This thing isn't charging. I thought it was charging. It's not charging. I see some familiar faces from Black Unity LA as well as other protesters who are often out here in downtown LA. But I also see some new objects and new tactics. Like, I can't remember before seeing the umbrellas here in downtown LA. Maybe they've been out and I missed them, but it's my first time seeing them. Claudia's saying this is the first time she's had to block so many trolls. So be it. I guess we just have a fair amount of trolling. In Portland, you see those umbrellas all the time, and they form makeshift barricades that they put up when police charge on them and fire on them. Yeah, you can call them umbrella shields. Someone's asking about trolling. Right now, it would be great if through the chat people could rely me accurate information that they're getting from other sources about what's happening in LA and what has happened earlier today. And that's happened fairly often in the past as I've been streaming in LA, but it looks like we've been getting some misinformation today. Maybe a lot of misinformation in the chat today. This end of the police line is rather calm right now. We do have an one man pointing at officers, but he's about 8 feet away from the officers, I'd say. Now moving a little closer. And over here, there's some distance as well between the front line on either side. assume you guys can hear the peaceful protest chant.
Peaceful protest, peaceful protest.
And now it goes rather quiet.
I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no
Wow,
riot
we've
here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here.
we've got a musical touch to the very common riot gear chant. With
Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot here?
well, now we have a lot of protesters peeling away and walking in the opposite direction of City Hall across this lot that I think is county property, where Black Unity LA is located, including protesters with umbrellas walking away. You can see helmets, umbrellas, different look than usual here in LA. Goggles. But the standoff is not over. Nonetheless, lots of people walking away from Spring Street toward Broadway, likewise walking away from City Hall, marching by the Black Unity encampment, which is located behind these trees and grass. The standoff is really thinning out on the protester side. It's not thinning out on the police side. Can you hold, are you gonna stay here? Can you hold this spot for like 10 seconds? All right, as it thins out a bit on the protester side, I'm gonna walk up to the front line.
You and the rest of your fucking Smurf lives.
Come on, please do it for me. Come on, it's so hard to resist. You want to do it?
Officer, hopefully she's smiling. How does the fact that how does the fact that I had a broken leg I had a press tag? How about the fact that I have bruises on my arm when your department ripped me from the First Amendment area? Does that make you smile? Catch your man.
What happened to you?
We'll talk later.
I don't know if you guys could hear that, but that man's saying he had a press pass on and his leg was broken and he has bruises. And this officer was acknowledging him, but I couldn't hear what he was saying.
Hey, where's the shift commander? Somebody people are wearing masks. Where the fuck are your masks? I'm not talking about gas masks.
Come on. Come on. I know
You guys are Republican, you guys are conservative, you guys are fucking masks.
But we're not.
We are in a pandemic, but y'all be doing this dumb shit. Y'all are funny as fucking hell. Where are your masks?
You don't have a mask.
We got a lot of protesters pointing out at officers saying, "You don't have a mask." City Hall here, LAPD headquarters there, in the middle of Spring Street. The standoff continues, although a lot of protesters have left. This officer right here is nodding. Sure. Oh, his name is Hoops. They're saying Hoops. This is Officer Hoops, and they're saying Hoops put a mask on.
Look at that face. You know, because that face never done cocaine.
So this is the officer. This is the Officer Hoops. And we've got officers telling, we got protesters telling him put a mask on.
Yo, where's the commander? I want your fucking shift commander out here. I'm trying to help
I'm not trying to you guys, but why don't you tell them to put a mask on?
This is how you check your people. You stand in line today to demonstrate.
Excuse me. Okay, back to my previous spot. I go. This Officer Hoops is acknowledging the protesters, shaking his head sometimes, nodding his head sometimes, but doesn't seem to be saying much back to them. And I guess it's worth noting that he does have a face shield on. Some of the officers have masks under their visors. Some don't. Not that this is necessarily a major issue here.
Don't even have the visor down. And no mask.
Yeah, over here, semi-calm, I would say. This officer's visor is up. There are some protesters motioning at them and speaking to them. A man with an umbrella is coming back to the protest now. Someone just came up to me and said, "Thank you for doing this." I can't remember the last time someone in person said that. Well, we had a fan out here earlier, I guess, but that's a sideshow. It surprised me though. Like I was, what, this guy's really thanking me?
Yes.
You want to pop on really quickly? We've got protesters motioning for people to come back from the county lot area where Black Unity is located where the encampment is located, motioning for them to come back to Spring Street where the standoff remains. All right, as you were saying.
Okay, so yeah, some of the people we recognize from the Lake Unity LA area, I call it Shop LA, because they have like a lot of tents there in the middle of the park or garden area. I think they're going to try to create a garden too. I haven't seen as many plants.
And they continue to use, protesters continue to use the loudspeaker to create a little musical tune to the chants and the comments they're making. Someone saying Annabelle smokes cigarettes. I think we've already addressed that.
Yes.
About Magic Monkey. So.
Hi, Magic Monkey.
The police have not been thinning out. I'd say about 50-60% of the protesters gathered right here left. What would you say?
Yes.
Granted, they're not out of the area entirely. There are lots of people still gathered around the encampment area, but the officers have not backed off, nor have their vehicles left. I don't know if you guys hear this woman. She's saying, today is my birthday, and I'm out here defending our freedom from violence.
If you beat us today, if you use your weapons today, you better be ready to tell your family what you did today. You better be ready to tell your children.
Tell you so much more. Tell you so much more. Are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid.
Meanwhile, over that musical loudspeaker, they're chanting, "We are not afraid."
We are not afraid. We are not afraid.
As I'm sure you guys can hear, that loudspeaker adds a little rhythm to the chant. And then on the other side of me, a few more people gathering and saying stuff to the officers.
We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid.
Now we have protesters sitting down on the front line in front of the officers.
We are not afraid. We are not afraid.
Now you can see some of them kneeling or sitting down.
We are not afraid. We are not.
Oh, there's someone walking away. Looks like that's a police officer walking away. People are chanting "Sergeant" at him. This man's saying, "Call your guards off, Sarge." We've got another officer arriving with, I think, a rubber bullet gun. A man shaking his long hair in front of the cops. Yeah. Oh, sorry. The protest line is actually getting a little closer to the police line. But on the front line of the protests, you have several people kneeling or sitting. Can you hold the spot for a second? Yes.
I mean, as far as
Where's your mask? Who is in charge?
Where's the mask?
Who is in charge? Who's in charge? Who's in charge?
No one's in charge.
He's right there. He's right there. He's right. No, I can't see
When
him.
on the street, you don't like to show your badge number, you wouldn't ask for my ID. You know that's against the law, right? I don't have to give my ID. If you ask for it, you don't.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 protesters sitting. I think one just stood up. Not so many. We have a line. Cops out of our community, cops and feds out of our communities.
Nobody to say, come to City Hall.
Here are some of the umbrellas, purple umbrella, black umbrella.
How do you not have a chief? How do you not got a chief? Who's your chief of police? Who is your chief of police?
Where's Harrison?
Alright, there's your look at the front line. I'm gonna head back to my spot on the side.
Because I backed the people up a little bit and gave y'all a little space.
Now you don't want that.
Now he's out
But y'all rather continue to stand.
Guys, don't get too close. You're not wearing masks. Where's your mask? Where's your mask? Where's your mask?
Protesters on the front line continuing to say, "Where's your mask? Put your mask on." And meanwhile, protesters getting closer to the officers. Making lots of COVID-related comments, like 6 feet, as they stick their arm out and look at the officer. That's pretty funny. Hoops is an officer on the front line. What did I just press? Oh, shit. Didn't mean to turn the camera around. Thank you very much, Perth. Or I guess that's your city. Anyway, thank you. There are a lot of places that are shutting back down or moving to outside seating only in LA right now with regard to COVID and lockdown measures. It looks like the officers have given up their blockade of this alleyway where there's a car with the lights flashing, but there's another line of officers behind the front line and these police vehicles. Oh, now we have a police helicopter, presumably police helicopter, that's flashing a light down at the protest, basically right into the camera, and it's gonna circle around City Hall. Protesters getting quieter. Some leaving, some staying, and from time to time some new people arriving, or people who are standing elsewhere returning. The man motioning "come here" is a man who is speaking at length in my last stream here in downtown Los Angeles. You may remember him from that stream, giving lots of speeches, including speeches during a police standoff. Oh, now what's going on behind the police line? Do we have protesters behind the police line? It sounds like we have protesters behind the police line. Maybe those are just people who have their cars parked and stuck in the middle of all this. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe they're bystanders, although I seem to hear chanting coming from that direction. Much of this crowd that remains seems intent on sticking around a while. Occasionally, people start getting very close to the police, as they are right now, and then typically when that happens, some protesters tell people to get back. Annabelle and I came here this evening with the intent of covering what we thought was going to be a Portland Solidarity March. I don't know if that ever happened. It could have happened earlier in the day, I'm not sure. But at least a couple people who I thought would be involved in it have been out here during the standoff. I'm hearing more screaming from behind the police line. Maybe it's just officers back there. Maybe not. Now protesters back up. I see 666 viewers, for those of you who care about that kind of stuff. Which gets a smirk out of Annabelle. Protesters saying back it up, and they walk in reverse. Some of them dance in reverse, literally backing it up. Yeah, you caught me. I'm a devil worshiper. I don't know how you didn't know that already. Here's the police line, and we now have increasing space between the protesters and the police as a man puts down a cone and then runs away with his hand up. And a car, oh, I thought this car was honking, but sounds like someone just locked it. Protesters continue to back it up as they say. We are right in front of LA City Hall. We are on Spring Street, literally right in front of Los Angeles City Hall. And this hot dog vendor has never moved. I don't know if the hot dog vendors continued to serve hot dogs throughout this standoff. Oh, it looks like he is. Oh, this is a cool dude. He's continued to serve hot dogs throughout the standoff. Now protesters are walking away from City Hall into the open lot or park where Black Unity LA is located, the encampment. Here go a lot of protesters headed right for Black Unity LA across from City Hall. Annabelle. The police line, though, has yet to move. We have a handful of protesters still. Handful of protesters walking around on Spring Street in front of the police line.
Already. I've been waiting to beat a cop ass my whole life, bitch.
I don't do physical warfare. It's not fun for me. That's just I was trained in Japan by the way of the samurai, so these pressure points, the wrist, the head, the back, the hand, but so, are you perfect? Like 2, 7, 4, 3, 3. Perfect.
Yeah, we have an officer, looks like a supervising officer, now on the phone. Helicopter continuing to circle. Police line remains on Spring Street between Temple and First, right outside City Hall. But now the protesters have retreated to the park, or this county lot where the encampment is located. Not all of them, but a lot have retreated there. Most have. And there's someone on a loudspeaker over at the Black Unity encampment. Here's Officer Hoops, who's been the focal point of a lot of the protesters' comments on the front line. Hey man, do you know what happened earlier over in front of the federal courthouse?
Get out the camera.
Yeah, we're live.
So we were marching.
Just talk loud because there's a helicopter.
We were marching for Vanessa.
Uh-huh.
Again, we marched from Union Station, City Hall, and back. And we wanted to march some more. So we went to the federal courthouse. And then they sent out the stormtroopers who started hitting us with batons and pushing us down the stairs. My friend is in a hospital because they dragged her through the streets like she was a piece of trash. This is the LAPD at its finest and at its worst.
Was there something that triggered or?
Nothing. We are a peaceful protest. No weapon.
Are there any other protesters who were injured?
A lot of ambulances, a lot of hospital visits, no idea until the morning.
And there were multiple protesters telling me that there were rubber bullets fired. Were there rubber bullets?
A lot of them. What do you mean? Oh, sorry, I left that part out. Where they were like, boom, 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 boom. Yes, rubber bullets.
And that was over. That was in front of the federal courthouse.
In front of the federal courthouse.
Do you know if they shot any of the windows at the federal courthouse?
Did we?
No, there were people saying that there was broken glass in front of the federal courthouse.
I'll be done. They're only with guns. We didn't have rocks, we didn't have bricks, we didn't have nothing.
Everyone was peaceful over there.
Peaceful protest.
There were also people, I don't know if this is true, but there were people saying that there was a man with a machete. Maybe it's not true.
He always carries that machete. He never pulls it out. The cops know that he has it. They allow him to carry it. They want to make a big deal now. You know why? Because they want a reason for why they're psychopaths.
So there was a man who was part of your protest march?
He's been here the whole time. He's been here since George Floyd died. He has a machete. Keep it in his back.
And you think the police used the machete as the reason for targeting you guys?
No, because before they saw it, they were beating us up.
Okay.
They came out of the building beating us up.
So you don't know why they came out?
Oh, I know why. How you spell racist? LAPD. How you spell racist? LAPD. Can I get my Instagram?
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, my name is Kennedy Carter. Good luck, August. GOODLUCKAUGUST. Good luck, August. And if I may, guys, I'm gonna be here for a while. The cops managed to run everybody off, but I'm here. You know what this is? A standoff.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you're pointing down. I wasn't sure. We're just. But you're saying you're gonna stay here and stand off with the officers.
Oh, sorry. I'm famous for this. I apologize.
I didn't know. I have to check out your Instagram.
Oh, please. I fuck with cops all the time.
Okay.
This is my trusty laptop. I didn't have the cord for it. I'm just gonna use it to sit down and wait for the cops to shoot me, arrest me, or beat me up. Either way, it'll make great television on Instagram Live.
No, I'm on YouTube Live.
Oh, sorry. Hey, YouTube Live.
All right, your name's Kennedy, right?
Yes,
all right, thank you very much, Kennedy.
Good luck, August, on Instagram. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's your Instagram?
My Instagram is Nomad Journalist.
Nomad Journalist. Follow my homie. He's out here with the news.
Yeah, but we're out here on YouTube. Oh, he's doing a dance for Annabelle's GoPro now. He's singing "Go Annabelle" with the GoPro.
Hey, the revolution will not be televised.
It'll be YouTube Live so long as YouTube doesn't delete my channel.
Don't delete the channel anymore. Shit like
Yeah,
this.
there you go. Thank you. Now this man was sitting down, but now he's back up dancing. Anyway, I mean, that might cue us in a bit more about what happened earlier, which we'll talk about later on in this broadcast. Oh, now we've got supervising officer motioning to the front line. Let's see what they're gonna do. The supervising officer continues to direct police on the front line. I guess directing them how to move on out of here, but I'm not positive. And Kennedy is now on his knees about 7 or 8 feet away from the front line. And he's whipping out his laptop. I don't know if he's gonna check out our broadcast or maybe go on Instagram right now, but here's Kennedy on Spring Street, in the middle of Spring Street, right in front of the officers on his laptop. Meanwhile, we've got this dancing guy here also. And this man who said he was pressing had his leg broken, the man in white who's walking up to the front of the police line, zooming in on them, recording on his phone. Can't tell what Kennedy's saying now about his internet or what. Yeah, I'm here. What's going on?
Guys, hey, I'm just a rapper. Friendly name rapper. I do Spider-Man in Hollywood and Highland. I love my dad. Hey, my dad says I've been doing a good job.
Oh, we've got officers coming right at us.
I know.
I need to back up a little bit.
I got a new laptop, guys.
Okay, officers moving. I don't know what's gonna happen to Kennedy. Now we have police saying hold Annabelle. Kennedy. I don't want to get trapped in. Looks like Kennedy is now behind police line, as the officers now seem to be moving to the sidewalk here on Spring Street and taking control of Spring Street. There's Kennedy. Oh, officers walking him away, but it looks like minus his no, he's holding his laptop. The hot dog vendor is getting surrounded. I'm press. I've spoken with the LAPD media relations. I'm here to report. Okay, right in front of City Hall. Kennedy, how'd you get out of there? They let you go? What did the officers tell you? Oh, they said go to the sidewalk? All right, thank you.
They said they're gonna stay in the street and look like idiots. Hey, like, you go on the sidewalks if you're comfortable. We'll sit in the street like idiots. Hey,
all right, get on the grass. Get on the grass. Excuse me, sir. Okay, the officers are standing in a line in the middle of Spring Street, almost all the way down to Temple, maybe all the way to Temple, and then I can't tell how far they're going in the direction of First Street, with more officers standing right in front of City Hall steps. Back up. I'm on the ground. Stop. Let go of me, sir. Yeah, this is county property. This is county What is LAPD gonna do here? This is county property.
Stay back. Please get back to the grass. Please get back. Please get back to the grass.
The guy on the musical loudspeaker chanting, "Please get back to the grass." Other protesters likewise telling people to back up. This is the grass they're referencing, which is on a county, LA County versus city lot.
Just get back. Just listen to these black queens, please. Why are you arguing with them? No.
I've talked with LAPD media relations. We're allowed to be out here
People telling you to go over there.
There's no legal issues. That's not a legal idea. That's not illegal.
arguing among protesters. Here's the LAPD line. I believe on the other side of this sidewalk is where LA County property begins. We're right in front of City Hall. Lots of screaming right now among protesters. We've got press here right in front of the police line.
Everybody get on the ground. Everybody get on the ground. Everybody get on the ground. This is a peaceful protest. This is a peaceful protest.
You can see in this shot that we've got a line of officers on both sides of Spring Street, right in front of City Hall. The line of officers on the side of on the side that I'm on is longer, and it winds its way over to the edge of county property. Meanwhile, you've got police officers lined up in front of the City Hall steps, as well as in other places on City Hall property. And the hot dog vendor continues to remain in operation. Maybe even selling some hot dogs. This helicopter that's been circling and pointing a light is now pointing a flashlight, or what's that term? A searchlight? I forget. It's pointing the light in the direction of LA City Hall and circling very, very slowly, maybe just hovering. We have protesters gathered on the edge of the grass in front of the Black Unity encampment. And we have this police line and these groups of officers gathered along Spring Street in front of City Hall. Now that the helicopter continues to circle with that light pointed more in the direction of the park now. Spotlight, yeah, thank you, spotlight. There's the spotlight. There's lit up City Hall. And here's the encampment where protesters gather. The noise you're hearing is coming from that megaphone with the musical rhythm and other stuff that you've heard throughout the evening. I have commented tonight that at certain points it felt more like Portland than usual in LA. Far cry from Portland, but in some ways more like Portland. And I've also said in the past that this Black Unity encampment reminds me a bit of CHOP. There was concern among protesters earlier, or just rather questioning, as to whether or not there are LA County Sheriff's deputies present. This is county territory, and in the past, LAPD officers didn't make arrests there, rather sheriff's deputies made arrests there. But Spring Street is LA City property, or rather just LA City. And that is the street in front of me that these officers are lined up on, and that City Hall stands above, is definitely city jurisdiction. Protesters quietly, other than the loudspeaker, sitting or standing in a line. Now standing, they were sitting before. You can see this has a little bit of a Portland feel to it with the black umbrellas. Protesters in a line here on the county lot that the Black Unity encampment is located on. Now there are protesters instructing the group to link arms. I'd say there's about 40 or 50 feet separating the line of protesters from the line of officers, as now more officers move from the east side of Spring Street to the west side, or maybe just walk around in the middle of the street. But there isn't just distance separating the protesters from the officers, there's also jurisdiction. With the officers being in LA City jurisdiction, as more of them, more reinforcements arrive on this line of officers right on the edge of the street and sidewalk here on Spring Street. That's their jurisdiction. This is the sheriff's department's jurisdiction. Lots more officers arriving. They're playing the song, but the officers are not leaving. Visors going down. I don't know if that was the command of a supervising officer walking by, but I see officers lowering visors. Well, some visors remain up. I see what I believe are rubber bullet guns and batons. I don't think they're about to set off tear gas. Now we have officers bunched in the crosswalk that leads right in front of me from the sidewalk I'm on to the front of City Hall. Oh, the hot dog vendor's gone. Wow, I missed that. So much for the interview with the hot dog vendor. His truck is now gone. That truck was parked in this empty space between this car and that vehicle. Helicopter, meanwhile, with the spotlight pointed in our direction, in the direction of the encampment and protesters. police vehicle with its sirens and lights on, turning onto Spring Street and driving down Spring Street, passing right by and in front of City Hall. Oh, followed by a whole line of police vehicles. So a bunch of LAPD vehicles are driving up now right in front of City Hall, in addition to the many officers already gathered out here.
Don't give them more of a reason to defund you. Why do you got so much money in the first place anyway? What do you do besides shoot people? Look at them. You're making the fucking world see that they are dumb. No one's doing anything over here. What's doing this shit?
Now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 police vehicles that just pulled up, parked diagonally in front of City Hall. So more officers have arrived. And they stand on the sidewalk on the edge of county property. I guess they're standing technically on city property. Not sure. Maybe this is the dividing line between city and county, or this or that. I'm not sure what is the dividing line. But nonetheless, protesters lined up on the edge of the field, the county field where the Black Unity encampment stands, and police lined up along and inside Spring Street, and looks like we've got a fire truck or ambulance. Got some flashing lights over by the intersection of Temple and Spring. Not sure what's going on over there, but it looks like a fire truck or ambulance maybe. And now it looks like there are officers lying on City Hall steps. Maybe not lining up, but gathering on City Hall steps. Yeah.
Are you in LA?
What is that? I'm a journalist. I'm here to report.
Unless you want this to get started.
No, I'm a journalist. I'm allowed to report. I don't know if you guys heard that, but that woman said, "All right, fuck you. You want us to get stormed." after I told her I'm a journalist. Not a lot of movement on either side right now. Although we do have, I think this guy's a supervising officer making comments to his officers bunched in the middle of Spring Street, also peering into the encampment. Does that answer your question? Now we've got a tow truck. Or no, I don't, is it a tow truck? What is this truck? Officers motioning to this truck. As the lady on the loudspeaker says, "You're not towing my shit." I guess good thing I'm not parked on Spring Street for multiple reasons. Although I don't know if they plan to tow vehicles, but now there's another one of these trucks arriving. Helicopter circling a little faster overhead now, continuing to point the spotlight in the direction of the protesters. Oh, more. Now we've got officers marching up Spring Street in the direction of City Hall. You can see them in the picture now. And I hear a police loudspeaker. I don't know if they can declare an unlawful assembly. At least right now, I don't see what would be unlawful about this. And these protesters are on county property. Well, mostly. Kennedy leading a chant.
No justice!
No peace!
maybe Kennedy's not going to lead that chance. Protesters being told to lock arms. One protester standing about 15 feet away from the officers, pointing at them. Actually, I don't know if she even is a protester. Maybe, maybe not. One of these trucks has its lights flashing. Don't see any vehicles being towed right now. I see what looks like a supervising officer with some sort of iPad type device. Or no, maybe just writing on an old school notepad. I don't know if they're gonna tow these. Yeah, it looks like this car is getting some sort of ticket on it. I don't know if it will get towed. But an officer just placed paper on this car. Now let's see if this officer does the same with this vehicle. Yeah, paperwork. That was not an iPad. It's paperwork, and it looks like this car is getting some form of ticket on it. I don't know whose vehicles these are. Maybe they're protesters' vehicles, maybe not. I don't know if they're gonna get towed, but that could be what these trucks are here for. And maybe the paperwork will explain. Magic Monkey says revenue generating. With regard to revenue generating, I had my car not towed but ticketed on the first night I was covering these protests back in late May, shortly after George Floyd's death. Ticketed not too far away from here. More civilian vehicles down here. The hot dog truck was parked between this car and this white car. The hot dog truck is gone. Annabelle is not gone. Annabelle doesn't have anything to say though, apparently. Protesters remain in a line. Someone's dropping a helmet, it looks like. When the police advanced, and they were in their line over here, and the protesters backed off, and the officers advanced, Kennedy, this guy, was on the ground with his laptop, and the officers surrounded him, but they didn't arrest him. And Kennedy told you guys as well, that he was told to go to the sidewalk. I've seen some de-escalation on both sides tonight. For those of you just tuning in right now, a lot happened around the federal courthouse over there earlier, and we were just arriving as... Is someone getting towed now? We were just arriving as the action was wrapping up around the federal courthouse, and it's been difficult to figure out what exactly happened over there. And for a while there was a standoff right here in the middle of Spring Street between officers and protesters, as it's looking increasingly likely like there's going to be some towing going on. And there were protesters encouraging one another to get out of Spring Street and to head over here to where there's the encampment, which is on county property, not city property. This woman might have a vehicle here, I don't know. Kennedy's saying they're taking our cars, they're taking our cars. It looks like, oh, one vehicle's already been loaded onto that truck. And now we have we have towing in action right here. Indeed, these are tow trucks. And it's got Call Mark Tow on it, something like that. Call Mark Tow. Indeed, these are tow trucks. And one of the protesters, the girl with the loudspeaker, is very upset. Maybe her car is one of the cars that's being towed or will be towed. So this car in front of me being chained up. Meanwhile, this red vehicle has already been loaded onto the bed of that tow truck. Yeah, it looks kind of like Karl Marx towing, but it's not. Something with a K, the cone is blocking, comes after that. Kel Mark Tow, something like that. I'm Eric Ghost. I'll consider that as a secondary career after I'm done covering these protests. The red car, I guess that's an SUV, is now being towed away. A third tow truck has arrived. And now this gray sedan is slowly being loaded onto the Kelmark or whatever tow truck it is right in front of me. Some live towing action for you behind police line in front of City Hall. And we have liftoff, and the vehicle's off the street and loaded onto the tow truck. A little conversation here between an officer and I don't know if she's a demonstrator. Got a motorcycle officer, or maybe just an officer riding around on a motorcycle, possibly a supervising officer, riding around on Spring Street. I don't see what happened to that helicopter with the spotlight. Oh, there it is. There's another helicopter hovering over here. Busy night for tow truck drivers, one of whom is coordinating with LAPD at the moment. I don't know if they plan. Oh, so yeah, I guess I should know. This is red right here, where this gray sedan that's being towed was parked right down here. It's red. Oh, and now there's another one being towed. Which this car is inching into the red, but is not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? Oh, blocking the crosswalk. Thank you very much, officer. So the officer is saying, no, it's not being towed because it's in the red. It's being towed because it's blocking the crosswalk. And you can see there's a crosswalk that leads from this county property over here directly to City Hall. Are all of these vehicles being towed or just some of them? All of them? Okay, so thank you very much. This officer's saying he believes all of these vehicles are being towed because they're either in the red or blocking the crosswalk. You can see it. I'm not sure exactly where this red car was parked, but it's red. This is red here, red space over here. And this car is in the crosswalk. And then this gray sedan was parked in the red over here. Now the helicopter with the spotlight is helping me out a little bit with lighting. I wish he would have stayed in that place. I don't know if these vehicles are in the red as well. Yeah, this one's in the red. And this one's in the red, and that one's in the red also. So, at least according to one officer I spoke with, the cars are being towed for parking violations. Here's a look at most of the protesters who are here.
Why? Because God's gonna get you, and I've been on my life. God will get you, and if it's not to you, it's to your family, and that's God on me.
Here's a look at the line of protesters. Some more behind them, in and around the encampment. And then other protesters scattered through the area, but not nearly as many protesters as earlier today. I'd say there are probably about 100 protesters around here. Hard to say exactly because lots are scattered. Maybe they're more intense, I don't know. More officers than protesters, I think, at this point. Earlier, there were lots more protesters. Oh, this is a this is a protester vehicle that's being towed. It says no justice, no peace on it. And it's attached to the back of the tow truck, now driving off. You can see it says no justice, no peace. So I don't know how many of those vehicles belong to protesters, but that one you could see says no justice, no peace on the back. Someone says that's a good thumbnail. Maybe a little too dark. Spotlight continue to be shined in the direction of the protesters. Whose park? Our park is the chant. Yeah.
that you? Okay. I don't know if I.
Well, not photos. I've got a live. Look, this is a live stream.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't
That looks a little like Portland. The flag and the outfit and the umbrella. Jackie Lacey is the LA County DA.
Defund the police! Defund the police! Defund the police! Jackie Lacey must go! Jackie Lacey must go! Jackie Lacey will go! Jackie Lacey will go! Black lives they matter here! 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 Brown 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 lives they matter here! Who's street? Our street! Who's street? Our street! Who's street? Our street! Who's street? Our street! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Say your name! George Floyd! Don't shoot! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Who's street? Our street! Who's street? Our street! Don't shoot! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor!
Well, the vehicles that are being towed may have run into a police line and are now backing up on Spring Street. This one is the No Justice, No Peace car.
Shut it down! Defund the police! Defund the police! When we say defund the police, that is not the state. When we say defund the police, we want the money, all the money that the law enforcement receives, allocated to mental health, to education,
Like if the parking's not because they're towing a bunch of cars.
Yeah, they're towing cars and they're running, blocking the crosswalk.
Oh, okay. Do you know if they're protesters' cars?
Well, I'll show you. There's one car. Oh, there. You're gonna miss it. So.
What does the sign say?
Oh, it's coming back this way. You see this tow truck that's approaching us? It's got one car on the bed, and then one car that's being dragged from behind. The car that's being dragged from behind says "No justice, no peace" on it.
But are the cars here actually in the law? Like are they?
Are they outside the windows of when you can park here?
I'll show you. I'll show
Oh,
you.
I don't want to get that.
They're not. You're plus. You're.
No, can you just like take a
Look.
Oh,
It's not signs. It's look. It's red. It's red. Red crosswalk. Red.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
They could be doing it on their spots. I don't know. She's CBS LA. Was explaining to her the towing situation. Hear that? She doesn't get too close.
Yeah, I know. She was scared.
Right? She's got a CBS LA microphone. They're probably gonna let her go behind police line. Anyway. Oh, there go. Bye-bye to the car with the no justice, no peace on it. Finally, it circled its way on out of here, made its way by the police lines. Oh, here's the Black Lives Matter, it says on there. Okay, on this... I don't know if you guys could see it, but this car on the front windshield, it said Black Lives Matter. You know, it might back up because this officer is motion. I don't know if I'm gonna get another shot of it, but oh, it says a bunch of things on it. There's a bunch of writing on the car, but I could see on the front windshield it said Black Lives Matter. Yeah, let's get a shot from here. It's got writing. That was a heart from this off. I love you too, I guess. So on here, I can't tell what's written on there, but it said Black Lives Matter on the front windshield, and then it's got writing on all the windows. Anyway, this car is being towed, and now it looks like at least multiple vehicles that have been towed belong to protesters. Oh, they're chanting Jackie Lacey will go again. Jackie Lacey is a black woman, by the way. She's district attorney of Los Angeles County. Now the spotlight is being shined briefly on the encampment. Another tow truck arriving.
Jackie Lacey must go! Donald Trump must go! Defund the police! 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 Whole street! Our street! Whole street! Our street! Whole street! Our street!
So we have a little argument among protesters. Looks like we've got another tow job going. Sounds like this car's alarm is going off as it's being towed. Is that a Camaro? Busy night for tow trucks on Spring Street in downtown LA. Some communication here between these two ladies in green hats and an officer. Can you hear what that guy's asking?
They got niggas when they smoke cigarettes and shit, all stressed out and stuff. I ain't never been so stressed out in my life. One motherfucking cigarette, I took one drag of that shit.
I have 2 grams of wax, I'm taking.
You have no idea how high I'm gonna get. I'm trying to get so high.
Hey, whoever made that "she needs some indica" comment earlier, let me just say that based on something I heard off camera, you may be right.
Together, united, we'll never be divided. Together, united, we'll never be divided.
Yeah, I couldn't hear the guy asking the cops either. And I asked Annabelle to try to listen in. I couldn't hear what he was saying.
Black lives, they matter here. 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 How do you spell racist? L-A-E. 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 Fuck love! 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 Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Black lives, they matter here. Black lives, they matter here. There we go. Hey, hold on. The one with the big fucking gun. Where's the fucking mask, dog?
Oh, now we have
Also,
someone.
the guy with the V-Max shotgun, the one standing next to that.
Someone on the loudspeaker
Motherfucker, where's your man?
doing a little trash talking to the police on the police line, specifically ones not wearing masks.
Are y'all dense as fuck? If y'all are this dense, why am I paying taxes to get you fucking bulletproof vests? Because y'all are dense as hell right now. Black unity! 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 That shit is disrespectful as fuck. And you guys got fucking parents or grandparents or some shit you gotta worry about. But no. We can't have you guys wear masks.
Spotlight coming right down on the park.
Together, united, we'll never be divided. 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 Black unity, black unity.
I meant to say earlier, the one other thing that I haven't touched on that reminds me of Portland is how the protesters are occupying what's basically a park in a prominent downtown location. That's something else that reminds me of Portland. And likewise of Seattle, because this encampment has been here for several weeks now.
Stay together, as we always say, our unity is more stronger than an atomic bomb. It takes a human being that's holding our ground. That's holding our ground.
And the police are holding their ground. Haven't moved much in a while. At least the officers on the front line haven't. With regards to the officers pushing forward, they're on city property, but the protesters are on county property. If arrests are going to be made here, the sheriff's deputies are going to have to come to do it. But I don't see why there'd be any arrests made. At least right now.
I want everybody to be look to your left and your right. Look to your left and your right.
Garage music, this has happened before. When the protests were going really strong in LA in the days following George Floyd's death, LAPD officers would actually wait here after trapping protesters on this lot. Sheriff deputies would come to arrest them. They'd wait to haul off the protesters being arrested for curfew violations and possibly other stuff until the sheriff's deputies would arrive. I don't know of a curfew. There was a curfew back then, though, and for a few days or about a week, right after the looting started, there was a curfew put in place. Fuck Donald Trump song on.
Make sure that we're educated. We need to make sure that we're educated people about it, because we need to make sure people are seeing it. Right now, like, I still need your phones up. Right now, I need to make sure Put their phones up. Put their phones up. Everybody. Education is our empowerment. When you go home, I need you to let people know what happened. I need you to spread the information. I need you to point them to the statistics and show them how we can really solve the problem. This is the step of democracy. Our bodies here. We need to bring more people with us. We need to bring our soldiers with us. Everybody needs to not. Make sure you guys have something. And everybody needs to make sure you bring another soldier with you. Everybody here, use your passion, use your power, use your voice. There's this progress. We are the most close to force. We are the troops together. We are on the front line. Bring more people with you. We have to keep fighting. This is what democracy looks like. 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 This is how we're going to use our bodies. This is how we're going to church. This is how we're going to fight. This is how we're going to change the world. This is how we're going to change the thought pattern. We're going to change the way that we speak with one another. We're going to change the way that we run this country. We're going to change our government. We are of changing our society everywhere. This is what democracy looks like. 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 When we change, everyone, everyone listen. Everyone listen. When we change, I need you to keep the chest going. When you hear my voice of this, I need you to keep the chest going. Because if somebody falls, I need you to keep going. When they take me down, I need you to keep going. It doesn't matter if you hear my voice. You know the word. You know the word. If I say what democracy looks like, you keep chanting. You don't need to hear it. You are all leaders. That's why you're here. You are all leaders. This is why you're here. You keep chanting. This is what democracy looks like. 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 This is what democracy looks like.
Kennedy's good for you.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
No thanks.
What democracy looks like.
No thanks, Kennedy. I appreciate it though.
This is what democracy looks like. It's a 24-hour protest. This is what democracy looks like. 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 This is America. Count my area. Count my area. This is America. Count my area.
In Portland, what do they chant?
This is what democracy looks like.
Stay together, stay tight.
This is what democracy looks like. 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 Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor.
Can you keep an eye on what's going on over there?
George Floyd! They matter here! Black lives, they matter here! Black lives, they matter here! Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Fuck the police!
Fuck the police! Fuck the police!
This is what democracy looks like! 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 This is what democracy looks like!
Well, this red car has been sitting on the tow truck right here for some time. Towing action is not done. And I'd like to see what's going on over here. There's conversation between officers and protesters, or maybe people with cars. Pointing to this one. Oh.
Very powerful. You have a lot of passion. You know, if you're gonna make change, do it peacefully like you've been doing, right? Get into office and go up there and change that.
Oh, I am. That's what I'm pushing in here. Everybody in Ferguson that protest with me, they are now in office, changing things. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to bring here. Yeah. But when you all come out with the riot, because in Ferguson we only had 5 minutes to protest before you all came out.
I wasn't there.
No, I'm not saying you personally.
Okay.
I'm saying the police system in general. We got 5 minutes.
Right.
They came out in riot gear. They came out with the tear gas. They came out with the martial law. They came out with the SWAT. Any and everything that the government has, they came to Ferguson with. That, of course, does not need to be here. You just said that it upsets you when you see your own community getting fucked up. So help us not do that to the community, because it's not everybody that's doing it.
I know you probably don't want to get it.
If I didn't want to hear it, I wouldn't even talk to you. I would be ignorant and walk away, but I'm not like that. That's why I sit here and I listen. I literally sat here like this the whole time.
And I'm listening to you.
I'm gonna say it's like.
Hey, tell somebody. Can people take their cars?
See, I got told them right before. There was a lot of time for people to take their cars. Unfortunately, they're all parked illegally, right? So that's what happens. That's what tickets. It is a tollway zone. The red's never a tollway zone. You know. Those things people need to think about before they come peacefully protest.
Well, that red vehicle is finally going away.
We've been camping out here for 2.5 months.
Right.
You said this is illegal, which it is. But out of them 2.5 months, we've been parked right here with no tickets, no nothing. Parking enforcement has came down and did nothing.
Not giving
all they do is say don't park by the bus so the buses can get through, and don't block off the little walkway. Other than that, we normally have all these cars
But
parked.
But that's a different story. You know why? We talked about people acting unlawfully that you were trying to check, right? The people that are throwing stuff at officers.
And that's who y'all should arrest.
So now, to mitigate the problem, you have to do this. It's unfortunate, but we have to do this.
But how are people gonna get home now?
How are people gonna get home?
They're not gonna get home. This California, and we ain't even got enough cars out here to take everybody where they gotta go. We don't have funds to take people.
Have fun. People out here are broke. People out here don't have enough funds to get their cars out of the impound. This is the reality of the situation, is that when we take these streets, our voices need to be heard. I'm tired of this shit. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I'm tired of looking at my phone every day, seeing somebody getting hit by the police, getting tased. I've seen pregnant people being thrown on their stomachs, having miscarriages, and still thrown in jail. I've seen multiple things should not have happened at all. I'm tired of that shit. So if I have to go out in these streets and protest and exercise my First Amendment right to have my voice heard, I will. And if I gotta go to jail to fucking do it, I fucking will. I have been. And they do.
You've been peaceful.
And I
And
have.
what I'm telling you right now, listen, I told you, the calmest voice I can tell you in.
Yes.
You seem very passionate.
I am.
Very passionate. All right, so I want you to make a change. Become a councilwoman, right? Change that up there. That's the city hall.
We're going for these. We're going to get there. We're going to get those things.
Okay.
But right now, we have to make sure that the people know that they have a voice.
You do.
But you understand that. You know that we have a voice.
You know, but everybody else
that
don't
we have
know.
a voice. But there's people that I go to school with, that I work with, that don't know they have a voice, don't know they can go out and do stuff, don't know what their rights are. That's the reality of it. There's so many things that need to change. Education system, people don't know their rights. People don't know what they can do. People don't know anything. And that's why people get shot and killed in the street. That's why young black men are shot and killed in the street, because they don't know what to do. They get scared. They see a cop and they're like, oh my God, like, what do I gotta do? They run and the cop thinks, oh my God, they're gonna go get a gun. They're gonna go get something else. Then they draw out their weapon and they shoot, because they don't know. Because nobody's communicating when nobody knows anything. We're not trying to even explain to the other people around us what's going on. We're just acting off of impulse action, off of action. When we say change and stuff like that, yes, I can go to City Hall and change that. But how am I going to give my voice to the people that don't know they have a voice? We have to change education system, medical system. It's not just the police. I can talk about different police all fucking day, but there's more than just you guys. It's more than just you.
And you're absolutely right.
Exactly. So when I'm talking to you, I'm happy to talk to you. I hope that when I'm talking to you right now, you're going to go to that police station, you're going to be like, you know what, guys? Maybe there are some things that we can change. Maybe here are some reforms that we can do. Just a couple of suggestions. I'm all happy for you guys to get ideas. Be more than just a cop.
Can I give you a fact?
Yes, give me a fact.
From LAPD's perspective?
Yes.
Police reform. We're ahead of the game in police reform. If you look at our police reform compared to the country, I'm gonna be biased, but I'm gonna say we're number one. There are incidents that are ugly and it happens, but if you look at our statistics compared to everybody else, we're number one.
I wouldn't, and I don't killing the most people. Fight for number one every year.
And you have those statistics.
Yes, I have
the
those
least
statistics.
racist is nothing being the least racist is nothing but fun.
The thing is that
Am I racist?
no. Listen. Okay, but like I'm saying, a lot of us here, obviously, there's a lot of passion behind all of this. We have a lot of facts, we know a lot of things. And the thing is that only us, a group of maybe like 10 people, know our rights and know what we need to be doing. But there's billions of people in the world that don't know shit. And that's what we have to fix. So if I have to go on the streets and let people know what their rights are, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And like, I'm gonna do it as peacefully as possible. And I'm gonna try to make sure nobody gets agitated by it. And you know, unfortunately tonight there was an agitator, and we did come to the situation. I can't say anything else, but you know, we're reaping the consequences of that. But at the same time, I'm having this dialogue with you, and maybe then you can run, because I know that chief of police is a thing that you can run for. Maybe you could run for chief of police, and maybe you could be like, hey, as a national thing, we can do national reforms like how we do in LAPD. Maybe this is something that you can do. Because a lot of people don't know that the chief of police is an elected official. But a lot of people in LA County that don't know that chief of police are elected officials. They don't know that.
Well, they're elected people there.
But they don't know that. People
But you don't know that shit.
Those are rubber bullets?
Now exactly those are the sheriff. Not the chief of police. He's elected by the mayor.
Okay.
Appointed. There you go.
Okay, he's appointed by the mayor.
Thank you for correcting me.
Okay, either way, there's a lot of things that people can vote for that they don't know they can vote for. You know what I mean? If say somebody that they could have appointed somebody else for a chief of police or somebody else to be a sheriff, right? Imagine how many deaths could have been prevented, how many reforms could have been done. These are the things that we have to be talking about. You can be pointing yourself to the people around you and your friends and your families. Be like, you know, hey, there's this guy that, and I appreciate you for that. But you have to make sure that everybody around you is doing the exact same thing. All of our voices matter. Your voice matters. His voice matters. His voice matters. Her voice matters. All of your voices matter. If you're speaking the truth and you're speaking facts, that's going to make a change for the world and make a change for your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, then you need to do it. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for anything else other than for us to just have respect for one another. I respect you for what you do. Just respect me for being me. Like, you know what I mean? And exactly. And that's exactly what I'm saying. And I want to be able to talk to every cop how I'm talking to you. And be like, just like this. And unfortunately, it's not. And that's what needs to change. And hopefully, in the next coming years, we will get to a point where we can have this kind of open dialogue. And we can be like, you know, this is what needs to change, and this is what needs to be done. But I feel like right now, we're just not right there. I feel like right now, a lot of people are upset that they can't do what they want to do. A lot of people are upset that they want to be a police officer to do some certain things, and now they can't do it anymore.
I mean, then you gotta look at how do you expect people to react when, for one, COVID hit. People have been locked up. Like, people that have never been locked up in real life have been literally locked up in their homes for over 3 months. So at this point, to see on your phone someone else get killed, and then knowing that you really can't step outside your house because it's a virus, and on top of that, just all the bullshit that goes on in the world, and now you come out here and you try to lift your voice, and yet your voice gets suppressed because instantly, as soon as you come out, there's tons of police. Why? If we are literally peacefully protesting,
What you ladies have been, okay.
then there should be no need for the police.
Do you think I want to be here?
No, I know you don't. I don't know you want to be.
I want to be here for your safety, but I come from a division there's probably a lot of radio calls happening right now that I can be taken care of. But I'm here to make sure you guys are safe. I told you before, you guys are here peacefully protesting, correct? Right?
Yes, sir.
Some bad bunch out the group. You guys said push back, started throwing stuff, started acting unlawful, and that's what we have to come to.
And that's who,
Because
that's who should have got arrested.
I love my city, and I love my people of this city. So since I love the people of the city and my city, I'm gonna make sure that it's safe. And you can believe it or not believe it. That's what I'm here for. Yes, sir.
So I've been hearing you preaching about like not your unit, not the LA Police Department, like being. I've been like hearing you saying like not your unit, not the LA Police Department about like different things and stuff. But if the rubber bullets, those are meant to be shot at the ground and then bounce up to deter people, why have the LAPD been pointing them at faces? There's plenty of videos of plenty of instances where they've been putting those guns in protesters' faces, not towards the ground, not doing anything, towards their faces, and that can kill people super hard. So if you guys are supposed to keep them at the ground, why are they allowed to point them at our faces?
I look at it like this. We all
answer that question?
we want that.
So there's two sides. There's a 37 that's still on the ground. Projectiles out, right? This right here is mainly aimed at the neighbor. Unfortunately, people hit in the face, and that's being investigated. I can't speak on it, right? But that's what it's meant. It's not meant to hit nobody in the face.
So the skinnier ones are meant to be at the ground. Those are the ones they were aiming at our faces the most. Those are the highest guns.
That's being investigated.
Okay.
I can't speak on it. I wasn't there.
Right.
Okay? I wasn't. You know, there's always three sides to the story. You know this, right?
Yeah, there's our side, their side, the truth.
Right? So I can't speak on that, but I get your frustration. I want to hear it.
That's just a question I just I feel like should be brought up and like because I know there's cops that that's right.
And if you really want to educate yourself to understand what I go through as far as my job,
We already know.
there's use of forces online.
We know.
There goes Officer Hodge, who had a long conversation with protesters. And a lot of other officers appear to be preparing to make their way out of here. There's Officer Hodge. Well, maybe not making their way out of here. Officer Hodge, what's your rank?
I'm a police officer too. I work Southwest.
Thank you very much.
What's your name?
My name is Josh Friedman. Yeah.
Let me ask you one question. You step this
No,
way.
no problem, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a police officer. I'm here because I love my city. Unfortunately, there's bad apples, and there's bad apples everywhere. But I can speak from most of everybody that I know on this line. And we're here to make a difference. See us, prejudge us, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I have a God, I have a family I go home to. So I know you have a family that you go home to. Right? So I want the city to be safe. And I told these lovely ladies, they can peacefully protest all they want. They have the freedom to do that in America. But once it gets a little crazy out of hand, that's where we have to step in. Right?
Can you explain what got out of hand? What triggered the response today?
I wasn't here, but earlier they were taking rocks and bottles.
Where was that over by the federal courthouse or where? Federal courthouse and the federal.
So I got one question. I'm sorry. What's the purpose now? Cause we not even doing shit. We just trying to literally go home and just we tired of stuff.
Right now, when you're talking to you guys, making sure that you guys stay to that's what I need. And once I figure out more, I'll be happy to explain it to you.
I know what you go through. My aunt is a cop. I know that you all get threatened within the police department for standing up there having a gun. So that's not the issue. She said, we just want respect from one person to another. You a man, and without that on, you still a man. If I had that outfit on, without that outfit on, I'm still a woman. And you will protect your family as well as I will protect mine. So that's all that we try to do.
And I'm glad you understand that.
Yeah, I mean, my cousin got shot in front of me, basically. This is not a game to me. This is my everyday life. I don't want my kids I don't even have yet to go through this shit. I don't want them marching up and down the streets or something out here marching.
Absolutely right. And that's why I want to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm just one person, but I want to make sure that doesn't happen. The same tribulations you went through, I can tell you right now I have been through it. Everything you talk about, I've been through it. Being broke and poor, being a crack baby, being more premature.
That's exactly why you became a cop, because you want to make a difference.
That's what I mean.
And I get that. And the only thing we said is, as well as you all want us to make a change among millions of people, I'm only one person like you all one person.
It takes a lot of people to make that change.
You need your voice to be lifted within the department, like our voice to be lifted out.
It is, and there's people, a lot of people just like me that are doing it. It takes time.
It does. It's been a long time. Even before the 6 years, 92. It's a long damn time. This is the third national global protest. It should be like this. Every couple of years, we shouldn't be protesting. We should be able to all go sit at home, chill, get off work, fucking drink a beer, whatever the hell you do it. Because just as well as y'all are literally tired of fucking out here, we tired of the same damn shit.
Yeah. And then hopefully, God willing that this all come to That's right.
I saw you give me that heart when I walked up earlier. I mean, it shocked me. I don't know if you're aware, I'm a journalist, but from book.
Can I ask you one thing?
Go for it. Go for it.
You're a journalist. Just make sure you tell the truth about everything. That's all I say. There's some journalists that, spin things up. But just make sure in your heart when you're writing that down, it's being
like, don't be a fucking...
Well, right now I'm not writing. We're live on YouTube, and I like to say the camera doesn't lie. I'm out here filming, and often people.
Is this your partner?
Yeah.
Partner in crime?
Yeah, that's her right there. She's very brave. We were in Portland together, being shot at by federal officers, and
All right, guys, have a blessed night.
thank you, officer.
We're headed north now, guys.
All right, Officer Hodge says we're heading northbound. Not we, but the other officers.
It is. But at the same time, like, you know.
That was an interesting interaction. And I don't know if I'll talk about that afterward. There are protesters heading back into the streets, screaming, "Our streets, our streets," walking behind the police officers.
Let's take our party to City Hall, people. Let's take our party to City Hall.
Saying
Let's take our party to City Hall.
Saying let's take our party to City Hall. As officers walk north on Spring Street, headed toward Temple, in the opposite direction of LAPD headquarters.
City Hall. City Hall, people. City Hall.
Protesters gathering around City Hall steps. A couple officers standing up here around the top of City Hall steps. And lots of officers marching north on Spring and then turning east, turning right on Temple, heading east. Maybe they'll circle around City Hall. I don't know. A bunch of police vehicles remain here on Spring Street. Don't know how much longer they'll remain. What I was going to say about Officer Hodge is it's very rare that an officer who's not a supervising officer will have so much to say publicly, commenting on a whole variety of department matters. And he could see us filming the whole time, and others were filming. I don't know if it's because he's black. He's given more leeway. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe he's not given leeway. Maybe... I don't know if his higher-ups want him doing that or don't want him doing that, but that was an interesting conversation. And he had a whole lot to say, and there seemed to be a fair amount of agreement between the protesters and Officer Hodge. Thank you, Dacine. Well, earlier I heard some of the protesters saying, fuck all the officers except Hodge. Officer Hodge was very forthcoming in that conversation. Police vehicles have driven off as Tim Truth is writing ACAB except Hodge. At least that's how I would interpret it.
We have always made the system bow down.
There's still some police vehicles lingering around the intersection of Spring and Temple, but other than that, they've cleared out of Spring Street.
Behind every snowman, there's a strong woman. There's a strong woman. So one thing I want to say, during slavery, when these beings were created, a woman stood behind us. A woman comforted us. A woman guided us. A woman kept the structure of the family strong. So without further ado, I want to introduce one of our sisters that's been here.
We fucking did that shit though on me. Yes, we did. You know, like my friend Brie Webb would say, I'm not a leader, she's not a leader. We're all here handling our shit. We're all here working on ourselves, but we're here for a movement that's bigger than us. We're here for a movement that's bigger than us and the police. We're here for a movement that's us against the system. A system that's been oppressing us for years.
Spring Street has reopened to
Now,
traffic.
although we made it out alive this one time, this could have been much worse. And we have one person to blame for that. Tyson Suzuki.
Annabelle has a GoPro. That's what Annabelle has.
This guy is the agitator. He's the sole reason and purpose we were out here today fighting against the police. He's the reason. Active advocate is the reason we're here right now fighting against the police. Because any other time, we've always protested peacefully, we've always got a point across, but now we have to fight against the freaking police.
Real. Oh, that's real fucking talk.
It's been a long fucking day. A long day. And I know a lot of us are hurt. A lot of us probably have friends that are in jail right now. But at the same time, we have to understand that we are still here. None of us got arrested, and we can still move on the next day and keep the movement alive. Because we are not a moment, we are a movement. And we cannot live in a moment. We have to think about the future. We have to think about what's going to happen to the future generations. I'm fighting for my little sister and my little brother, 4 and 2 years old. I don't know who you're fighting for, but I know that I have siblings at home, and I'll be damned if they're 20 years old like me and protesting for their rights. That's what's going to stop today. I'm also going to mention too that me and Bree have been talking to you guys and telling you guys what to do. And a lot of you guys weren't listening to us at first, but always listen to a black queen when she's speaking, because we only speak facts. We're trying to save your life, because we put our lives on the front line. We're always ready to get arrested, always ready to get beat down for you guys. So respect us and listen to us when we tell you what the fuck to do.
Break the fuck up. Listen next time.
We are unity. We are here to unify together. We are here to stand strong in numbers and change the world and change the nation. The cop, Officer Hodge, was trying to tell me like, oh, well, LAPD does a lot of reform, and LAPD does this, and I'm like, don't give a fuck about LAPD. The fucking rest of the world is a piece of fucking shit right now. The rest of the world is getting knees on their neck. The rest of the world is getting shot in the back. The rest of the world is getting overdosed with ketamine. While you're over there trying to talk to me about LAPD, think about the rest of the fucking world. Just because you're okay doesn't mean the person next to you is okay. Hold everybody fucking accountable. Hold accountable 2020. Hold accountable 2020. If you're gonna hold accountable the fucking officers, you're gonna hold accountable Jackie Lacey, hold accountable everybody else. If you're seeing somebody do something wrong, change it. Simple. There should not be 4 people standing around seeing something awful happen. That should have been stopped before it even got to that point. And that's why we're in the streets today, marching. Because niggas don't know how to stop things before they get too big, before they get too great. and indigenous people, we are going to get your land back. We're going to get your reparations. And I'm going to get a damn check for being black. That's all I got to say about that. Okay, bye.
Hey guys, no more. Thank you for being here again. I appreciate your presence again. Like I told you before, this is where the revolution started. Being in the streets, this is the next level of democracy. Everybody here, you are now a leader in the revolution. Yeah! You have gotten your stripes, you have bled, you fought for this, you stood your ground, you listened to what needed to be listened to, and you have fought your fight. Them backing down is our victory. We are an example to the people from this point on. If we stand our ground, they cannot do anything to us. If we stand our ground, they cannot cross our lines. If we stand our ground, we are powerful. We protect one another. We are powerful. With unity, we are powerful. When we get change, when we see it here, we link to each other. We protect one another. They cannot defeat us. When you go to your next protest, you now have the knowledge. You have to realize that each and every one of you decided to stay as a leader. Every single one of you who decided to stay as a leader, you need to use your voice and your power. All you white people need to use your privilege to fight for us, and that's why you are here, and you get it tonight.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Our brown allies, all of our allies, all of our accomplices. Stop calling yourselves allies because you are now accomplices. We need people who are standing next to us and fighting this fight and willing to get arrested. I need you to go home and get other people who call themselves allies to upgrade themselves to fucking accomplices because we need to be on these front lines.
Yeah.
You see what happens when we stand our ground. You see what happens when our bodies are out here. You see what happens when we have numbers. Bring your others out here. Get in their face. This is everybody's problem. We are all here because this is not a black, brown, yellow, green, blue, purple motherfucking problem. This is all of our problem. And everybody here is now a leader in a revolution. If you have the responsibility to lead the charge wherever you are, you have been trained, you have faced the enemy, you have looked him in his eyes, and you know that he has more fear for you than we have for them. Let them know that. They fear us. When we are united, when we are together, they fear us. You have to embrace your power. Embrace your power. Everybody here needs to embrace your power and realize that we are the start of the revolution. You have to continue this march and continue this fight. We are the start of the revolution. Our power, our education, and our unity is what's going to change this world. Our revolution is going to be mental. Our revolution is going to be cultural. Our revolution is going to be ideological. We are going to change the way that we live in this motherfucking society, and it starts with each and every one of you. From the inside, into your heart, moving your feet, using your bodies, because this is what democracy looks like. This is what it is. This is what fucking democracy looks like. Thank you so much. Please also check out our unity. We are here. We're supporting the movement. We are all part of this movement. The ideology behind it is that it is unity. And you are out here because you represent, look at it. Look around. Look around. Look at all the different colors here. Look at the tapestries here. That is what this flag is supposed to represent. You are what the American dream is supposed to represent. We are fighting to make sure that is what is ensured to us. If you hold these ideas self-evident, then you are a fucking American. We are fighting for that. Every single one of you are making democracy real tonight. Carry it forward where you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I told y'all we wasn't going to jail, right?
Yeah.
So maybe next time y'all will listen when a black queen is speaking.
That's right.
Yeah.
Listen.
I've been protesting so long that I can look at the police and I can overhear conversations just by the way they move. I go a lot off nonverbal communication. So when I ask y'all to listen and to actually pay attention, that's because I need you all to do that for your safety. It's not for my safety. The person that led you all into this mess is the person that you all should constantly put on blast because all of you all could have lost your life tonight. All of you all could have really went through some shit that you're just not ready for.
Real talk.
And helmets and goggles will not protect you. So understand that us doing this and us steady out here doing this is all we have to do. But not listening and communicating with one another, not looking out for one another, not helping one another, will get you nowhere. And as I'm looking out, a lot of you all are not looking at me. I need you to look at me. Because if I have to use the last little bit of voice that I do have, it will be a problem.
I don't come out here just for followers or for a check. I come out here because this is my everyday life and this is reality for me. This is my second national protest. I did not move here for this, so believe that I am tired of this. But if I was to not stand here with you all after moving here, that would not make me a good person. Because I have something way bigger than any of us can imagine. The things that the police can do to us, you all don't even want to see. I'm trying to show you how you can get your demands met without being killed and locked up every fucking day. Being locked up is still giving them money.
Yeah.
If you're not aware of how the system really works, it's a cycle, it's a circle. Every time you get locked up, you steal something from them, they're going to maintain that back and they're going to cycle that money back into their system. So every time you get locked up in a protest, what the fuck are you really doing? You're not doing shit.
Facts.
You're paying them to take us to jail.
Fuck the system.
So that's why when I told you all, so we're not going to fucking go to jail, I meant that shit. Because if I let anybody else go to jail, I'll go to jail. I've been to jail over 30 times for protesting.
No, the system, fuck the system.
Thank you.
Fuck
Say it
12.
again.
This is serious. This is everyday life. No matter what color you are, you have experienced some type of fucked up shit from the police. Whether that's getting pulled over or walking down the street. All of us have experienced it. If you didn't, you wouldn't be out here. White, black, brown, I don't give a fuck what color. But when black people are standing in front of a movement, stand with them. Do not run away out of fear because LA is taking it soft on y'all. LA is not doing half of what the fuck they've been doing in Missouri, what they've been doing in Portland, what they've been doing in DC, and what they've been doing in the South for years. So when you see people flee, stand your fucking ground.
Fuck yeah.
Yes!
Stand your ground.
Tell him, Bree, tell him.
Fuck yeah.
I need you all to support Black Unity LA. Black Unity LA has been out here sleeping for 2.5 months. And if you're confused, yes, at first it was Black Future Project. They are no longer related to Black Unity LA. Black Unity LA is a reform of showing people what protesting really is. I would not be sleeping outside with these people if I wasn't really about my shit. I stepped down off my high horse and got on the ground. The same ground that we constantly die on. So if you can get to that point of laying there to understand how someone else is feel when they lay there, then you're a better person already. But stand in the house and not giving a fuck or reposting some shit, you're not making a change. You're just sitting up there being just like the fucking enemy and watching our pain.
Massive.
So you have to understand that being out here and standing in front of your enemy and acting like they're not there pisses them off more because they don't know what reaction you are to give. So when I stood there twice in front of all of the officers while you all were in front of me, that wasn't for me to get fame. That was to make sure you all were not going to be affected. Because I don't give a fuck what they claim they going to do to me. I made it this far for a reason. I've done this plenty of times, standing to my back to them. Why? Because that pisses them off. When you act like you don't give a fuck and you do this, don't y'all feel mad? It makes everybody look stupid when you're talking to somebody back. So understand that yes, unity is all the fuck we have. And if you can't get that through your thick ass head, then you need to go the fuck home, because this movement ain't for you. So yes, stop following Active Advocate, because every time you do, you will just be another photo for fame. You will just be here for him to get money. You will just be here for the clout. I never got a check, and I'm still here. So that ought to tell you I'm as real as it gets. I don't give a fuck about the money. I give a fuck about the people. We are the money.
Yes.
This country would not be where it is if it wasn't for us. So remember that. And if you're going to follow anybody, follow people that's actually changing and getting your demands met. Just meeting up every day and marching down the same fucking street, you ain't doing shit. Ain't nobody hearing your message. Going in these fucking neighborhoods and making them uncomfortable is how you get your message heard. Going to these cities, town meetings, and these town hall meetings is how you get your message heard. Getting protesters in those seats is how you get your message heard. Taking them books out of their educational system and writing your own history book is how you get your message heard. But marching up and down the same street will never get your message heard.
Questions, get some answers.
So follow Black Unity LA. Follow me if you want to continue to watch me on my journey. I've been traveling across the state, speaking my truth. No, I'm not no fucking leader, because I have a lot of shit I have to work on as an individual. And no, I'm not politically correct. But what I am is a strong black woman who is very educated and knows how to defeat this system. So if you truly are trying to dismantle this system, then follow the people that are here for just that. So follow Black Unity LA on Instagram, but also follow City Hall sessions, and also follow, if you can pull your phones out, because this is how you're going to stay connected. There's no longer going to be spammed out big ass posts, because when we let our enemy know where we're going to be, this is what we'll constantly have to deal with. Being out here for 5 extra hours for nothing. So pull your phones out and follow these different Instagram accounts. City Hall Sessions. City Hall Sessions. You'll see them on Instagram. Also follow Black Unity LA. And then also follow, I'm going to spell these next two Instagrams for you. The first one is JOUNTRE_.
There's 2 Black Unities. Which one is it?
So it's going to be the first one that says Black Unity.
Black.unity.LA. One and only.
I don't know what the second one is.
Black.unity.LA.
So black.unity.LA.
Yeah,
the real name.
Black.unity.LA.
B-I-C-K.
Do you all have that one?
Here's a look at the crowd as they figure out their Instagram accounts. We've got, I don't know, maybe 50 people gathered in front of the City Hall steps or on the City Hall steps, and then more people across the street in front of the Black Unity encampment. Right now she's reading out Instagram accounts, one of which I believe is her own. I've interviewed her already, and there's an interview with her that's up on the channel from a couple weeks ago, but was just released this morning or this afternoon. Here's a look at City Hall. I'm listening to see if they wrap up the speech right now. I want to head over to the federal courthouse, see if I can walk around there right now. And City Hall is always lit up at night, sometimes lit up different colors like purple. The woman who's speaking right now is, she just said her name, it's Bree Webb. And she's, from my vantage point, effectively the leader of this Black Unity group, but repeatedly says I'm not the leader. Okay, there's a new speaker, and I want to... Here's a look at the Black Unity encampment. I want to make my way over to the federal courthouse, and if you want to see more... If you want to see more of this Black Unity encampment, like I said, I posted a video earlier today about it. That's cut from a live stream a couple weeks ago. And likewise, I posted a video, I think it was a couple weeks ago as well. Short video here at this Black Unity camp. But I'm gonna make my way over to the federal courthouse right now and see if there's anything to see. That's where we started this stream, and that's where there seemed to be some violence taking place. You can see tents, granted it's dark so you probably can't see so well, but tents both inside and outside of the barricade. Here is a circular barricade set up in the middle of this lot across the street from City Hall, and there are tents inside the barricade and tents outside the barricade. We've now crossed over from Spring Street to Broadway, and I'm going to turn left and walk half a block to Broadway and First, where we'll be approaching the federal courthouse, which was definitely where there was action taking place several hours ago. Hasn't been so easy to make sense of what was happening there. The last person we talked to was Officer Hodge, and he said that didn't he say that he thought there were bottles and rocks thrown both at this federal courthouse and another federal building, or maybe one of the two? That seemed to be what Officer Hodge was saying. Earlier I spoke with Sergeant Lobo, I think his name was, and I believe he was saying that he thought glass was broken but wasn't sure. We got a lot of different stories today from what happened. It seems like some protesters are in agreement with police that there was a protester who was engaging in some provocative actions. Never got any confirmation as to whether there was someone with a machete, although what's that protester? Yeah, Kennedy told us that there is a man who walks around normally with a machete who's part of their protest group. So we've been hearing lots of different things from lots of different people, and I was trying to zoom in not so effectively hours ago on the doors at the front. Why are we even here? We should cross the street. I was trying to zoom in on the doors over here on the courthouse building along First Street, and it was hard for me to tell whether they were broken or not. Now I'm right in front of the courthouse. You can see it says United States Courthouse. I see officers walking around inside the building, so you can tell something happened here. There's tagging, which we saw at the beginning of the broadcast. We didn't see the tagging taking place, but we saw this, and you can see it says bacon gets fried. I don't know what, let's not cross over here. Looks like some clothes. Is that Annabelle? Is that clothes or what? Which one?
The one to the left.
Yes, now I see that. That window does look broken. I think you guys can make that out on the screen. In the middle of the screen, there should be a circle within the glass. It looks broken. Then we've got a mask line on the ground here.
What is that?
That looks... That... That might be spent munition. Could that be from a rubber bullet? I'm not sure. There's a bunch of red markings here. I don't know what these red markings are. Alright, I'll walk slightly closer. Let's... Burst wire pull smoke. Is this a firecracker? Can we get a photo of that? Or multiple photos? That might be a firecracker. Or someone saying smoke bomb? Yeah, what's up with all this red stuff? Even though I'm seeing stuff get thrown all the time, I'm no expert when it comes to this. I'm not sure if it's a firecracker or what. There, I am zooming in. And it's lying next to all these red marks. Magic Monkey sends smoke grenade. As well as this looks like a sweater or sweatshirt that's lying here, and the mask. Annabelle, can move your feet a little bit. Yeah, so the mask is lying here. The sweater's lying here. This firecracker, smoke grenade, whatever it is lying here. Oh, water bottles. So these water bottles might have been thrown. Someone's saying pink smoke bomb. Okay, don't watch out. You're bumping into it. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Also over here. Oh, what is this strap from? We've got a detached strap line on the ground. There's the tagging again on the courthouse. Well, speaking of Portland, I guess this is the closest we can get to a Portland type situation. Or closest we have gotten. Here's another look at all these red marks. Water bottle. Presumably water bottles were thrown. Here's a piece of fruit, it looks like. Oh yeah, what is this here? Is this a firecracker? Can anyone identify this? Smoke? Oh, it says white smoke on it, I think. White, blue smoke. White, blue smoke. And here's some blue marks. Here are some red marks. This thing says white, blue smoke. There's a packet of cigarettes. The officers might come out at any point. We've got officers inside the federal courthouse here. Don't know if they're Federal Protective Service or LAPD or what. Or maybe just security, I don't know. Here you go, United States Courthouse. Here's a look where we are situated with respect to City Hall. Water bottle line over here. So a bunch of water bottles appear to have been thrown. ACA, no B, just says ACA spray painted. There's some marks, I don't know from what. Oh, more. Looks like more stuff that they've thrown. A cup. More water bottles. Oh, I can see. Those look like sheriff's deputies. I'm not positive. Maybe those are federal officers. I don't know why they'd have sheriff's deputies in there. It's federal courthouse, but there you go. Look inside the building with officers who seem to be in tactical gear. Annabelle, come here. My best guess is they're federal officers, but I'm not positive. Officers in tactical gear. Looks like it, inside the building. Some other wrapper line here. A water bottle. A bunch of water bottles. It looks like water bottles were thrown. And is this shattered glass? Oh, it's hard to tell.
But it looked like somebody threw something against it, but there's like a fire on top of it.
Yeah, it looks like there's another layer of glass that might be broken all over here. It's hard to tell, but yeah, it looks like this glass is shattered. There, okay, you can see a shatter circle right here. And it looks like there are multiple layers of glass, and there's some protective layer that's keeping it from falling down, but glass has been shattered on a bunch of these doors. That's what it looks like to me.
Oh, a lot of police.
They're LAPD. Someone's saying that's how it breaks. Well, if that's the case, then it appears there are broken windows and doors here at the federal courthouse on 1st Street in Los Angeles. And officers inside. I think we're getting some attention now. Annabelle. I don't know if they're with the Federal Protective Service, if they're with marshals, if other feds are coming into town. I don't know. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. I want to see if we can get one of them to come out and talk to us. Let's see if he does. Yes, hopefully. Well, maybe he's not coming out. I don't know if any of them are tuned into the stream, but okay, here we go. An officer? Now he's filming. I don't know if he wants to have a conversation. I mean, in Portland, it wasn't like you could just knock on the door and the feds come out and you have a conversation with them. Let's wait here a minute. If an officer comes out and has a conversation, great. If oh, they're grabbing shields. Looks like they're grabbing shields. Alright, I don't think they want to have a conversation. We got our footage. I can't tell what agency they're with. Can you see what it says on the back of his uniforms? Another look at the red marks and what some of you guys are calling a smoke grenade. It does say smoke on there. It could be marshals, I don't know. They're what? Yeah, well, I mean, if they want to come out and have a conversation, great. But if they don't, then I'm not just going to stand here and agitate them. We started this broadcast over here at the intersection of First and Hill. Where I'm standing right now was blocked off. There were police in the street here, and they had a police line that was actually... When Annabelle and I showed up, we made it about halfway down the street here between Broadway and Hill. And then there was a police line approaching us, and we had to back up, and we started the broadcast right around the intersection of First and Hill. And we're there for a while trying to figure out what was going on here outside or inside the courthouse. Federal courthouse. It looks like we found that there were water bottles thrown and a smoke grenade or two or whatever these things are. And they've left marks, and now we've filmed them. And we see officers, presumably federal officers, inside. Yeah, I saw them grabbing a couple shields. I'd also like to go... Is there a federal building at Temple and Los Angeles Street. Let's walk in that direction. Someone's saying yes. Let's... And yeah, we need a vibe check of the chat. Earlier... There's a shirt lying on the ground. Earlier in this broadcast, unfortunately, the chat was not very helpful. Definitely getting misinformation from the chat earlier today. It's not quite like it was a month and a half ago or more when I was running around downtown LA streaming protests. Well, the audience has grown since then, so maybe that's just a natural progression.
There were definitely more people, more protesters today wearing black.
You want me to flip the camera around?
Sure.
Alright, say it, Chance.
Hey, there were definitely more protesters today wearing black, like Portland. All black
And
suits.
carrying umbrellas. And more helmets than usual. Don't usually see helmets at LA protests.
Some of them had gas masks.
Don't usually see those at LA protests either. Actually, yeah, I should have. Having a police scanner would have been a big help today. Seems pretty quiet. For the new people on this broadcast, you are from
Germany.
I know, we've had to repeat this many, many times, but the audience is growing, so some people don't know.
Doesn't smell good here. And here a couple of rats running around in downtown Los Angeles. Mice.
Someone says, cool, I like your accent. I hear voices in front of City Hall. I guess Black Unity is still out there. I mean, on the steps of City Hall as opposed to across the street in their encampment. Or maybe they're not, but I want to see if we can find anything. Oh, speaking of which, here's LAPD headquarters with some officers standing out front. I want to see if we can find this other federal building. Los Angeles and Temple. Temple's one block to our left, and Los Angeles is one block straight ahead. So we're close to there. Oh, some more officers gathered outside LAPD headquarters. I don't know if those are protesters or what. when the protests got started in LA right after George Floyd's death, LAPD headquarters was a focal point. And a couple weeks ago, police officers held their own protest outside their headquarters. That they were protesting against the defund the police movement, or at least they were rallying for support of police.
So we're talking about the James Harm City Hall.
No, we're looking for the federal building. And this should be Los Angeles Street. And when I turn left, Temple should be 1 block away. Yeah, we're at Los Angeles Street. Heading for Temple. What do you see? We're on Los Angeles Street. Where's Temple? Yeah. So
This way.
alright, we're walking the right way. We're really close. This isn't something we need a scooter for. We're just a block away. I missed your comments. Tell her I said hello from Canada. We have accents to a...
Hello to Canada.
I heard about that. A little more tagging. I don't know what building this is, but it says F12 on it. Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, it's the City Hall East.
Yeah, but we don't want City Hall East. We want the federal building. Oh, I didn't realize this is an LAPD building. Is this the jail? No. I think. Detention. Yeah, I think so. This is Temple. Well, there's a cop right there. Stuck at a red light, but I think we're coming right up on the federal building. Yeah, I did say let's wait for the red light because the cop. We've walked around City Hall to the other side of City Hall. You been here before? Alright, looks like we're in the right place. Yeah. Here we go. Take a look at this. Federal building. Oh! It's been boarded up and yeah, shattered glass. Wow. All right, so you see the tagging, but this is where the damage was done. Broken glass all over the place. Doors shattered. Some of them are boarded up, some not. Fuck ICE, F12, something, punch Nazis. Yeah, I think this was happening right around when we started the broadcast. And when we tried to make our way over here, there was a police line approaching that forced us back into the City Hall area. Lots of damage to the federal building. And I can see a water bottle. That's all broken glass. Another water bottle. Another water bottle. An anarchy symbol spray painted here. Lots of broken glass. Oh, it looks like there's shattered glass inside as well. This memorandum has a U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services insignia on it. An up-close look at the tagging and shattered glass. Here's another water bottle. There's the water bottle. Looks like water bottles were thrown. I don't see officers inside. Oh, wait, no, yeah, I see movement, but that might just be security. Over at the federal courthouse, just moments ago, looked like we saw federal officers in tactical gear. Don't know for sure, but that's what it looked like. More shattered glass around the corner. Fuck Trump. Annabelle. Oh, shattered glass all the way around the corner. Yeah, this all happened today. And I think it was happening right around the start of the stream. I was hearing talk, I think on the police radio, about action around Temple. Oh, I see someone walking around inside. Maybe it's just security. There's a fucking Trump tagging that you might want a photo of. Magic Monkey saying frozen water bottles break glass and look innocuous. Oh, okay. Point. Talk to the camera.
Okay, so all these holes are in one line, and they mostly only broke the first glass. So it's double glass. And they only broke the first glass.
Do we have more of those holes?
Yes, they're all over
Yeah.
the same height. Look, in each window.
That's an interesting point. So it looks like all these holes are basically in alignment in terms of height, and they go window by window with several of the windows and doors in these cases. Possibly something shot through the glass. I don't know. Yeah, more of these holes. The reflection might make it hard for you to see. You can see our reflection, but yeah, a bunch of those shatter marks. Someone's screaming, "Fuck you." I don't know if they think we're feds or what. Yo, here's more. Yeah, so a bunch of these holes, about halfway up the panels on the doors and windows. Here's another. Like a third of the way up or half the way up, window by window, hole and shatter mark. Here's a big one. That's a gaping hole. There was a protester, maybe two, who I spoke with, claiming that officers fired rubber bullets that shattered glass. I think they were talking about over at the courthouse, not the federal building. The federal courthouse where we just were several minutes ago. This is a really big hole, not a small hole. This is an example of another one of those small holes. Small circular holes. Another one. I have no idea whether the protesters claiming that had knowledge of the incident or not. You get some photos of the tagging with the holes. You get one of the fuck Trump over here. That's where we are with respect to City Hall. City Hall is pretty much in the middle of it. We could draw a line from here to the federal courthouse, and City Hall is basically right in the middle. ACAB. Closer look at the water bottles. What do you mean by drunk? Oh, drunk people? I have no idea. I mean, drunk people. I wouldn't presume that there were many drunk people. Oh, Jacob, were you here when it was happening? Yes, we are in downtown Los Angeles. There is Los Angeles City Hall. Oh, someone's saying Sam and Andy got footage of them breaking glass. There were people saying early in this broadcast, there were people saying Sam and Andy was right in the middle of the broadcast. Oh, Jacob's Zone TV was filming this earlier. Or I guess streaming it. Is it on your channel? Can people see what was happening on your channel? You get this fuck Trump. Jacob, did you stream them breaking the glass? Whoever it was? To be clear, at the beginning of this broadcast, we were over by the federal courthouse, not the federal building. Oh, Live Maverick. Okay, well, I'll take a look at that channel after I end this broadcast. Do you know who was breaking the glass and how they were breaking the glass? Got that. With hammers in their feet. Alright, I'll take a look at that channel after I wrap this up momentarily. You can see there's also a Trump Pence out now refusefascism.org sticker. I think you've got enough footage. I want to wrap up the broadcast. You're gonna join me? I'm wrapping this up. Let's go in front here. Alright, we're gonna wrap up the broadcast. Thoughts, comments?
Well, the last time we were here in the LA for the protest, it was something for children, so there were a lot of more speeches. No. And yeah, like I said, tonight there were a lot of more protesters wearing all black, like the people in Portland, and more helmets and gas masks.
Different feel tonight. It was a little difficult making sense of everything. Unfortunately, we arrived a little too late. Just a little too late. We started the broadcast right over at the federal courthouse where there was obviously action, but it was hard to piece together what was happening. I was putting a little too much stock early on in some things that the chat was saying and trying to have Annabelle look stuff up and chase stories that were probably just utter fabrications.
A 1-year-old.
Or a year old. But nonetheless, I think we're starting to sort things out now, and you guys get a look at the damage that was done both here at the federal building and over at the federal courthouse that we just left. And you also got to look at the standoff between police officers and protesters here in downtown LA, some of the new tactics and some of the new gear and appearances that Annabelle was discussing, new in the sense that we're used to seeing those things and those looks in Portland, not so much here in LA. And then we also had Officer Hodge, who really opened up and had a nice, interesting conversation with some protesters as well as us. That was a big change of pace. So a lot of different things happened on this broadcast. We didn't see the smashing of the windows, but we see the results of it, and we saw a lot else that happened in downtown Los Angeles tonight. I would say unexpectedly. I wasn't expecting tonight to be a crazy night or for all this damage to be done, but
Well, the
it happened.
protesters say they're gonna go out every night.
Well, there's the encampment. There's the Black Unity encampment, and people are living there and protesting on a daily basis. I remarked earlier that it's sort of reminiscent of both Portland and Seattle in the sense that protesters have a encampment or occupying a downtown piece of property. And that's reminiscent of Portland in the sense that they take over the park every night. It's reminiscent of Seattle in the sense that there's an occupation. What is going on in Westwood tomorrow? I saw people putting that in the chat. A protest is planned in Westwood. I'll take a look at that. I don't know if there is one or what, but I'll take a look after this broadcast or in the morning. Any final comments or questions? Maybe not. There was definitely trolling tonight, but so be it. As I've been saying, I guess the audience grows, the trolling grows. I just got to get used to it. But interesting broadcast. And it looks like LA is not dead. It looks like there's ongoing action in LA, and maybe this will keep up for a while. Westwood Fed building tomorrow 12. Okay, maybe that could be interesting. I'll examine that after we finish this chat, and I'll take a look at the footage that Sam and Andy got. I don't know if we're going back to Portland. For now, we're in Los Angeles. And you all can stay tuned to live and on-the-ground reports from around the world, but right now in Los Angeles. And if you want to get notified, don't just subscribe, but hit the notification bell here on this channel. Other than that,
Tschüss.
Thank you very much. Good night from LA, and see you soon. I don't know how soon, but maybe very soon. All right, tschüss. That means good. That means bye.